It's Friday, right? I'm losing track.
Thursday. Yeah,
wow.
I'm losing track too.
Because you asked him about ground troops.
Yeah.
I saw that moment that you had with the president played all weekend. All the Sunday shows got to it because it was really important.
Yeah.
He became kind of quiet. He said, no, but it was quiet. He wasn't really forceful. He just didn't want to talk about it, it sounded like. And he said, if I were going to send them in, I wouldn't tell you.
Right.
If we just bought ourselves 5 more days, when do Marines start arriving in theater?
Good question. I mean, we do know, and this was after he gave me that answer, that the United States did start to up its presence in the Middle East by sending additional forces. Now, that is not the same as putting ground troops in the country of Iran or on the Kharg Island or wherever may be under consideration. But, you know, I'm a political reporter, right, Joe? So politics is my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
There's a huge political risk to him if this war continues for a long time. And that is absolutely tied to the economic risk that we're talking about. Putting troops on the ground only ups that. So I think that may be the sensitivity that you saw on his face that day.
He talked about the uranium as being part of a deal. Until now, we had heard that some special ops team, some commandos would have to go in there, dig their way to it, and carry out these canisters. Are we thinking now that, or is the president thinking this would be handed over as part of a deal?
Good question. I don't know the answer to that, other than what he said was we expect to get the nuclear dust, I think was what he said.
Dust, yeah.
And I think the answer, the broad answer to your question is yes, he expects all of that. He wants all of that. Does it actually happen? That's the part that's TBD.
The fact that we don't know this as he's speaking in public about it is remarkable.
Yeah.
He talks about the dust and the pipes.
Yep.
The pipes are still, I guess, on the table here, but that's what he's choosing not to hit tonight. Is that fair to say?
Well, he's choosing not to hit tonight are the nuclear power plants.
Okay.
So...
But if he was going to decimate the energy infrastructure, at some point he'd have to get to these pipelines.
You would think he'd be getting to the pipes. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Kharg Island would be the center of that?
That would make logical sense.
Yeah.
He hasn't wanted to engage too much when we've asked him about Kharg Island.
Right.
But clearly that's the crown jewel, as it were.
He likes to call it that. We only have a little over a minute. He talked a lot about ICE in his remarks with reporters as well. They're showing up at about a dozen airports, it looks like. I think, what was the number, James? 16, based on the reporting. That was 13, about a dozen. Not here, interestingly, not at DCA. Tom Homan has tried to tamp down their duties. They're going to be guarding entrances and stuff. No substantive work here. Is this the path to reopening DHS, as the president hopes it will be?
It might be. It might also backfire with Democrats who have been trying to use their leverage to reduce the presence of ICE around the country. And so throwing them into the airports is really President Trump's way of saying, I'm not backing down and trying to force their hand. I don't know if that will work or not. I do think it's worth noting, though, and I'm glad you asked about it, that this story is probably getting less attention because of the Iran war than it absolutely otherwise would be.
No masks, though, he says, at the airports. I'll be curious to see how this all plays out. And we'll be listening once he starts talking in Memphis, of course. Jeff Mason with us here, Bloomberg White House correspondent, the man who got the president on the record on troops last week, with us here on Balance of Power, only available on Bloomberg Radio.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. President Trump says Iran wants to make a deal and claims U.S. envoys have been holding talks with a respected Iranian leader. Trump says his Middle East special envoy Steve Witkoff and son-in-law Jared Kushner conducted talks on Sunday into the evening and that those talks will continue today. He did not say who those talks were with, but Iran denies having any talks at all. We do check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 1.2%, NASDAQ up 1.3%, the Dow up 1.4%, 10-year Treasury yield at 4.36%, and the 2-year yield at 3.87%. Checking NYMEX crude oil, it's down 7%, $91 barrel. Brent crude down 7.8%, around $103 per barrel. Bitcoin is up 3%, around $70,000. Spot gold now at 2.7% lower at $43.69 per ounce, and silver is a little changed. Oh, actually, it's about 0.5% higher now. The International Energy Agency has described the current crisis as the largest oil supply disruption in history, with the de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz waterway disrupting about a fifth of the world's oil and a similar portion of its liquefied natural gas. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. It's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy, great to have you aboard today. We'll have more on the markets with Amy Morris in just about 20 minutes' time here on the Monday edition of Balance of Power. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg Radio, streaming live on YouTube. You can find us now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. Look for us always on Bloomberg Originals as we join you every day here live from Washington, connecting the dots between Washington and Wall Street. Certainly the case today. The dots are getting a little hard to follow. That's why we've seen some of the big gains that we enjoyed in the early hours of the session here pulling back, and some of the declines in oil also coming off the lows of the session. I'll remind everybody, we're paying $3.95 a gallon for gas on a national average today. That according to AAA. The big question is, will that change here in the days ahead with the potential for a deal? President, of course, stepping back from the big deadline tonight on blowing up power plants and other energy infrastructure, saying that progress is being made in talks with Iran. We're just having trouble getting a hold of who is talking to the White House, in this case to Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, because the individual who has been identified by Axios, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Galibaf, says there are no talks underway with the United States. And the president, of course, brought a lot of color to this whole conversation as he was getting on the plane to leave town. And he is going to be speaking this hour. He could pop up in a couple of minutes here. We understand he's a bit ahead of schedule, or at least what was expected in Memphis. Stage has been set. They've had people there, and members of the National Guard have been in the audience for a couple of hours now. So stand by. There might be more here as he rolls his way over to the event. In the meantime, we've got our eyes on the airport. This is the other big story, and it'd be the lead in any other world today. With ICE agents, this is the other big move the president made over the weekend, being deployed to airports around the country. We kind of figured they'd be everywhere today. Turns out 13 airports based on reporting, not including here in D.C., but you've got Philly, you've got LaGuardia, you've got a whole bunch, Chicago, big hubs that are in play. And the president talked about this move earlier with reporters on his way out of town. Listen.
When I announced yesterday about ICE, the Democrats called. We want to settle. We want to settle. And I told the people, don't settle. Don't settle. Because we have something bigger. Only settle if you get the Save America Act, voter ID, and so important, proof of citizenship, etc.
Well, he also didn't want John Thune to settle on a deal that would strip out ICE funding and take care of the rest, including TSA, who are now, what are they, a month into this whole thing without being paid? We wanted to compare notes with Nathan Dean because everything has shifted here since we last talked on Friday, and good thing he's with us as the senior U.S. policy analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Great to see you, sir. You're giving me some hope with the fleece today. I don't know where we're going, but based on what we're hearing from the White House, the deployment of ICE troops, are you moving odds on reopening DHS, or is this just another day of politics?
So we're not doing odds, but I would say I'm cautiously optimistic because whenever any shutdown fight, there always comes a point where the American populace just says enough.
Yeah.
And it felt like this past weekend, take the ICE equation out of it, it felt like the lines that we saw at LaGuardia, Houston, New Orleans, it felt like that was enough. Now, enter the ICE agents. So I think what happens here is that, look, the Democrats are going to be pretty upset about this. I was just seeing some social media posts by progressive activists pointing out ICE agents doing arrests and so forth in San Francisco, for example. But I think for those core group of senators that are negotiating right now in the Senate, think of Angus King and Senator Cortez Masto. I don't think they're going to be impacted by this because there will come a point later on Friday that they're going to face the deadline of do we go on this 2-week recess or not? And I think a lot of the senators want to get out of town. So I'm cautiously optimistic. But again, President Trump's saying he's not going to sign it unless he gets the Save America Act. He's not getting the Save America Act. So eventually it's going to come back to him.
All right. So, but it's the recess, of course, that's going to bring this to an end, it sounds like, and combined with the airport. And by the way, these were awful. It depended on which airport you were at, but some of them were truly awful. 8 hours, people were waiting, laying on the floor. Day 37 here. So John Thune goes to Donald Trump on Sunday at the urging of his colleagues. There's reporting from a couple of different outlets on this. It says Senate Republicans will support funding for everything but ICE if you'll help us reopen the government. Then we can deal with ICE in reconciliation or in the supplemental or whatever the next vehicle is. President said no. You're staying in D.C. You're going to be working through the recess. And I'm wondering your thoughts on how that might make things more difficult. You're feeling more optimistic this morning, but the president here needs the Save America Act as well.
Well, I'm feeling optimistic because I think the president's going to back down on this.
Okay,
I mean,
there you go.
that's just to come out and say it. I think the president's going to back down on this because, this is a negotiation that's obviously going between the Senate Democrats, the Senate Republicans, and the White House. I think that they can come up with a solution. And then when they come up with this solution, whether it's a change of ICE tactics, talking about warrants, things that Senator Mullen has already said that he would do when implemented as DHS secretary, I think they can find a solution there. Then they go to the White House and President Trump says absolutely not. But that's the point that President Trump owns the shutdown. And for the White House perspective, as they're going into the midterms, anybody who's looked at the prediction markets knows the Republicans are not in a good spot at the moment when it comes to these midterm elections. And so I think the president ultimately at that point will change his position, and combination of the fact that the Save America Act's not going anywhere, something can get done. But again, the President Trump could just say, you know what, you're staying here through Easter, you're going to work and get it done.
That was the Truth Post, right? Kill the filibuster, stay in D.C. for Easter if necessary, make America great again. Non-starter here, obviously. What did you make of his rhetoric on masks today? He doesn't want them on at the airport, he said, only when you're dealing with hardened criminals, drug dealers in the street. Is that a little bit of sunlight into a deal?
No, I actually took that to be he didn't want that coming back on the White House. Because if let's say you and I are going to Reagan, we're flying up to Boston, there's a masked agent there in the airport. That's going to impact just individuals that aren't thinking about it in terms of the immigration debate.
I see.
And so I just think that it's a different type of calculus here, and I think it would shift the immigration polling against him even more.
Got it.
Because remember, if you look at the polling data, yes, he has the majority of his base support him on this, but Democrats and independents don't. And it's those independents that are going to drive the 20 or so seats that will ultimately dictate who owns the House this November. Those independents are the people that I think President Trump was thinking of in saying no masks at the airport.
Think this is done before they miss another paycheck? We've got another 2-week cycle here we're walking into.
I still want to be cautiously optimistic here because go back, the last 10 years of shutdowns. There comes a point where the American just says enough.
Sure. So, but if you're a TSA agent right now, you're thinking maybe I'll get my next paycheck. This in another 2 weeks, could this be reopened?
I think so.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the Senator Cruz example. Senator Cruz and a couple of the other senators went to Senator Thune and just said, look, let's deal with ICE, let's deal with CPD as part of the reconciliation bill. I don't think the reconciliation bill is on the radar this year, but ICE was funded through 2029 through the One Big Beautiful Bill. So there's not a ton of real hard things that Congress needs to deal with at the moment, other than this idea of ICE tactics And I think with Senator Mullen's confirmation as DHS Secretary, they can probably find a solution there.
Really fascinating. Great to spend some time with an optimistic Nathan Dean. See, America's dad feeling good. Great to see you. Thank you as always. He's the man who's taken the calls from our clients, and he's with us every Monday here on Balance of Power. If you subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast, you get Nathan's Monday readout as well, which I highly recommend as we turn to another really important story here that's not getting nearly enough play because, of course, we're talking about war and peace in the Middle East. This happened late on Friday, if you were with us on the late edition of Balance of Power. A federal judge in Washington blocking the Trump administration's decision to put restrictions on Pentagon reporters. Pentagon reporters like Tony Capaccio, who you see here on a regular basis. We talked about it when they were all shown the door because they wouldn't sign on the dotted line on a set of restrictions that would make it impossible to do real journalism. The judge writing the Pentagon policy provides, I guess to that point, no way for journalists to know how they may do their jobs without losing their credentials and is vague in violation of the Fifth Amendment. It essentially said that they could not use information, even unclassified information, that the Pentagon did not officially release, could not be in your reporting. And it's funny how this goes. All these guys got shown the door. They all walked out with their, the lampshade and the box and the whole thing. And coming up with more scoops than ever, it seems. So we wonder if they're going to be getting back in the building. And we look no further than the man, of course, I just mentioned, Tony Capaccio. You're like repacking the desk again now? You guys going back over the river? What's going to happen?
I'm pruning what I take back.
Okay, good.
Because it was a disaster getting out.
Yeah, my God, you had to unearth like a couple of decades of stuff you had in there.
And some of it was CUI and classified, huh?
Anyway, I don't want to know anything. Yeah. So you were actually in court for arguments, I think, right? You've been following this more
I went there 2 weeks ago,
yeah?
2 weeks ago Friday, to listen to the oral arguments. Mm-hmm. And I was surprised at the disparity of representation. The Pentagon had one attorney, U.S. From the Justice Department, and Tim Palator, the private attorney for Hexeth, who was there in his Navy reservist uniform. He was there. Wow. He was there on reserve for 1 day. Yeah, there were those two versus the New York Times and Pentagon Press Association. Yeah. They had a table of 6 attorneys and paralegals. Wow. And they had 3 attorneys present. The judge laid into the Justice Department much more than he did to the plaintiffs.
Yeah,
I was surprised, and I didn't want to assume much, but I thought this is going our way, so to speak.
Okay.
Because the Justice Department presentation was not very good, to say the least.
So the New York Times brought this case, right? But you've been acting in unity. You've been acting in sync as a unit, essentially, of journalists.
Correct.
Will you follow that same, I guess, posture when it comes to moving back in the building? You will decide as a whole what to do with this moment? Because
no,
they're
I
going to
don't
appeal this,
think
right?
so.
No?
Yeah, one thing, they're going to appeal it to the D.C. Circuit Court, which I've been told is moderately press-friendly. So I don't want to go too far on my skis on this one.
This will get held up for a little bit.
A little bit, but the judge in his order Friday night said to the Pentagon, the New York Times reporters, their credentials need to be invoked like ASAP, and he implied that others also need to be restored. He gave the Defense Department until March 27th to give a status report on implementation. So we're all going to be getting it piecemeal, but it's not like you just go there and say, hey, I want to show up and get a credential.
Well, yeah.
This is an armed camp for a good reason.
Yes.
You have to be brought in, cleared in. So this will play out. But this was a major slam dunk's the wrong word, but it was a major victory for the First Amendment.
Major victory.
And the Fifth Amendment.
Clear, you've been back in the Pentagon since then. You've been going to briefings and so forth, but that's a day pass, essentially. You have to be cleared in for each of these, and you don't have a workspace there. That's the difference.
That's one of the differences. Yeah. You can't be there as a beat reporter. You're there as a visitor, more or less.
Got it.
And I'll give them credit that has been smooth in terms of getting cleared and getting in. Hexet doesn't call on many of the mainstream media. It's mostly his picked of right-wingers. But it's getting in and getting out has been relatively smooth, full of security. It's like ridiculous. They come by like 3 times to check your bracelet. This is very aura of intimidation, which frankly hasn't worked.
Well, it's interesting. I mentioned at the outset here, you guys have been popping more scoops than you did when you were in the building. Maybe it's just me. It seems like the Pentagon Press Corps has been incredibly active and successful at unearthing a lot of news. Does it actually matter to be in the building?
Yeah, it matters for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
One, they use, I think I've told you this before, 50 cents of every dollar that the Congress approves every year in discretionary spending is spent by the Pentagon.
That's right.
They're asking for a $1.5 trillion budget next year.
Yep.
They put on the table a $200 billion supplemental. So we need to be there as a reminder to the officials there that we're the surrogate representatives of the public. 98% of the public doesn't serve in the military, that has no involvement. Right. We're among the 2% that actually is actively involved, although not in service and not risking our lives. Let's say that up front. But they need us there. We need to be there on an emergency basis, too, in terms of getting people quickly rather than dealing with unanswered phone calls or emails. See, proximity is there. The fact that we're there, since World War II, they've been there.
Right. Yeah.
We're part of the environment that they have to fight in.
Yes.
They don't like us necessarily. They're suspicious of the press, reticent of the press, but we're part of the environment they need to get used to, or have been used to for 50 or 70 some odd years.
This is the press corps that it was, of course, home to Walter Cronkite, Edward R. Murrow. I could keep going. Tony Capaccio. So in this moment that we're in at war, that changes the stakes as well when you're covering the Pentagon. Are they bringing reporters out to aircraft carriers? Are we in theater on any level as journalists to experience firsthand what's going on?
No, it's as bleak.
How unusual is that?
It's incredibly unusual, but part of it's tyranny of distance, too, in terms of getting reporters out there and the operational security issues. There's no TV in Tehran that I can tell, CNN and BBC.
Right.
Wait till they get in there and start showing all the devastation in downtown Tehran. They'll be likening that to Dresden, improperly probably, but or Coventry or Guernica in the Spanish Civil War. But to your question, no, there hasn't been any embedding of U.S. reporters in any of the.
I wonder if that changes at any point here.
Yeah, I think it may actually.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the Marines are pushing to get reporters onto the Marine Expeditionary Units.
Can we get the show out? You want to go out? I'll meet you out there.
Joe, I don't think you'd make it.
You're probably right.
They have qualifications.
They wouldn't let me out there.
They have standards.
So, wow, this is getting tougher by the minute. The president's going to speak in Memphis. Speaking of standards, we've got our eyes on the stage, and we know that he's about to begin here. So when that happens, we'll bring him to air here. I'm curious what you would learn by going as well. You talked about being on the ground in Iran. What would you see? What would you be able to report if you were embedded with a unit on an aircraft carrier or a destroyer or one of these frigates full of Marines?
Okay. If you were on an aircraft carrier, you would get a sense of the difficulties of doing day-night flight operations. You would do actualities or planes going off, and you maybe talk to pilots about the difficulty of the most difficult job in the military, landing on an aircraft carrier at night. The most difficult job in the military from where I sit.
Yeah.
Also, you'd get a sense of capabilities, and also maybe get a sense of, privately, whether they think they're being effective. What's their role in the mission? But being there, also, if you interview people and they let you put their names out there, that's a morale booster for those families back there. But it also shows what the taxpayer is paying for all the equipment, how it's being used, hopefully the proficiency and the limitations, if you were there.
You able to get your own spot back, or do you have like Lindell TV set up there?
There are no pillows on my spot.
There's no pillows. All right. Thank you, Tony. It's great to have you with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the invite.
Tony Capaccio, there's only one of them. Are we going to Memphis right now, James? We're going to give that a second. All right. Obviously, the president's got a lot of things to talk about here in Memphis. This was not supposed to be a speech about the war in Iran. And if you're with us on YouTube right now, you see him entering the room here. He made a lot of news before he left town, and that's why we're going to be listening very closely to what he says here if he gets to the podium at some point soon. The president stepping back from the deadline that was set for tonight. Remember this, he was going to go all in on bombing power plants and energy infrastructure in Iran if the strait was not open by the end of this day, a 48-hour deadline. That is now in the past. It is a 5-day deadline, essentially to allow for more talks. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, of course, are going to be the two at hand here. The question is, though, as we've been kind of delineating throughout the hour, is who are we talking to? Axios suggested the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Ghalibaf, who now says on his own in a post on X, that there are no talks underway with the U.S. And in fact, not what we thought here. The IDF, by the way, in Israel, we're just seeing a headline cross the terminal, says it struck central headquarters of the IRGC in Tehran. Yet another headline on this very busy day for news. The president at a Safe Task Force event today in Memphis, as you've got the sign there, Making America Safe Again, behind the podium here. I don't know if they're listening to music, James, or whatever, but why don't we assemble our panel to give them a chance to weigh in as we wait for the president. And we've got our eyes on Wall Street as well, pulling back significantly from the highs that we saw a little bit earlier. The S&P 500 is up 76 points, a little more than 1% right now after some questions were introduced here about the veracity of talks. The S&P 500 pairing its advance was up more than 2%. We're now up just 1.1%. The NASDAQ pairing its gain to 1.3%. It was up about 2.5%. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, and I'll apologize in advance do we want to go to the president now? I guess this is going to be one of those shows, guys. Stand by, Rick and Jeannie. Let's hear from President Trump right now in Memphis. This is live on Bloomberg.
Systems that aren't the greatest. And there's nothing worse making a speech when nobody can hear you. This is beautiful and it's a great place. And Memphis has to like me because I have a lot of friends here and they were not happy a year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, and now they said, we can't believe what's happened in terms of crime, in terms of what's gone on and the job that these people and some of the great people, many of the great people in the audience have done. And that's why I'm here today. In fact, we were going to cancel because we have a couple of events going on, as you probably noticed. So they said, oh, we'll cancel Memphis. I said, we're not canceling Memphis for anything. We're not canceling. We're not going to cancel Memphis, but we do have some big things happening, and very positive, I have to say. So before getting to our important discussion this morning, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury, which is a very good name, as it turns out. That was a name. They showed me 20 names, sir. What name would you like? I didn't like any of them. And then I get toward the end, I said, you got to be kidding. What? Operation Epic Fury. I love that name. And it's very appropriate for what's taken place, as you know, in Iran, because we knocked out their Navy, we knocked out their Air Force, we knocked out their anti-aircraft, we knocked out everything. And we did it with fury, actually. As I announced earlier, based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity targets in Iran. They have very, very big, new, actually, and very expensive, billions of dollars it costs to build them. One missile, one of our powerful ones, and it comes down to the ground like it was made out of dust. But to determine whether a broader agreement can be reached, we've had very good discussions, very, very good discussions. And you have to understand, I know my whole life has been a negotiation, but with Iran, we've been negotiating for a long time. And this time, they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope. So, hopefully this will be possible, but no matter what, we'll ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would have had one if we allowed the Obama deal to stand. That was the Iran nuclear deal, they called it. They would have had one. Marcia 3. Well, I tell you what, Martha, we would have nuclear weapons up there when, would you say, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or 4 years ago? We would have been in a position that nobody wants to be in. We won't allow ourselves to be in that position. Over the past 3 weeks, the United States military and our partners have been decimating Iran's military capabilities with overwhelming firepower, skill, lethality, and force, and we're destroying their ballistic missiles and drones programs with launchers down by more than 90%. We're hitting their launchers at a level that nobody even thought of before. 90%. They can't launch them, and they don't have very many of them. because most of them have been annihilated. But we've annihilated their defense industrial base, eliminating their Navy. We had 158 ships are down. I said to my people, why didn't you capture the ship? I said, were they good or not? They said, they were great, sir. So why didn't you capture? We could have used them. They said, it's more fun to put them at the bottom of the sea. But they're not there anymore. So we eliminated their Navy, Pete, right? And that's gone. We eliminated their Air Force. We eliminated all of their air defense, everything. We eliminated everything there is to eliminate, and we eliminated them. We eliminated their leaders. We had the first set of leaders. They're gone. Then they met, 88 people met. And it's sad. I mean, it's sad they couldn't have made a deal. We could have made a deal with them a long time ago. Then the second set, 88 people met to pick a new leader. And they're now extinguished. And then they're meeting again. But now nobody wants to be the leader. It's one of the few political jobs that nobody wants anywhere in the world. Nobody wants it. It's a very dangerous job. My job is dangerous, too, but their job is worse. In other words, we're systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening us anymore. As Commander-in-Chief, it's my sacred responsibility to protect our country from all threats. For decades, Iran refused every opportunity to renounce its nuclear ambitions, and in recent months, its own negotiators bragged to our representatives about having enough material to make nuclear weapons. And that was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter. It made me more anxious, and it just made it much more important. This mission that we're all on together was much more important, and we did it quicker. Iran's missile capabilities were also growing so fast that it would soon have become virtually impossible to stop them. Once they have a missile, once they have what they were building was incredible. And you got a little glimpse of it by the fact that when they came out, they started shooting all of their neighbors. Their neighbors weren't fighting with them. They were getting along okay with their neighbors. And I was surprised. Everybody was surprised. And it actually worked in reverse because their neighbors then turned against them. Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and her allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer and will be a much more secure planet. In addition to all of this, we're working on so many different things. You know, our economy was fantastic. We had a Dow at 50,000. They say it couldn't happen in 4 years. It wouldn't happen during my term. But if I got anywhere close, it would be a great success. Well, in my first year, we hit 50,000. And with the S&P, they said, even more difficult. They said it would be impossible to hit 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit that in our first term. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people. And I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror. And they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 as no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that. And I think they're very good. They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance. And it began when I said that we were planning tomorrow on shooting down some of their power plants, and we're going to hold that up. Hopefully we won't have to do it. And hopefully we can make a deal that's good for all of us, including the Middle Eastern allies that have been very good to us, including Israel, that's been a great partner in this fight. They've really been a good partner in the fight. They fought hard. But we'll see what happens. I think there's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal. And so we're giving it 5 days, and then going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody. As good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing. In addition, after the appalling lines and massive disruptions at major airports nationwide last weekend, I am again demanding that Democrats in Congress immediately end their disgraceful shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security and restore the full funding for airport security and the TSA. They are holding it up because they want to take care of illegal immigrants coming into our country. They want to take care of criminals that are in sanctuary cities. They want to take care of transgender for everybody, literally the mutilization of our children, men in women's sports. But what they don't want to do is give us anything to do with citizenship for voting or voter ID. Can you imagine? We're the only country that doesn't do voter ID. Every country does voter ID. You know, brought to my attention today that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating. And we got to do something about it all. And it's part of Homeland Security. And I'm suggesting strongly to the Republican Party, don't make any deal on anything. The most important thing we can have is what's called the Save America Act. Don't make any deal on anything unless you include voter ID, and you have to be a citizen to vote. You have to show citizenship to vote. Very easy to do. It's very insulting when they say people can't do it because they don't know how to do it. Anybody that can't do it, I think it's a very insulting thing to say. The Democrats are fully to blame with the struggle of the great American public is going through at the airports. They're going through a big struggle right now, and we just put ICE in charge, and they're helping TSA, the agents, and they're working together so far very well. I actually suggested that in the airports they take off their masks, and they did that. In the airports, I'm a big believer in the mask because we have, you know, Biden allowed hundreds of thousands of killers into our country. We're rapidly getting them out, by the way. But they would go after these people if they knew exactly who they were. But in the airports, it's different. I didn't love the look in the airport as you get off the plane. So I made a request and they agreed to it. So they're not going to be doing that. We would also bring out, if we don't have enough, we will bring out the National Guard and, you know, where we need it to help out at the airports. But we're not going to let this happen. It's extortion by the Democrats. They're holding up money that's already been approved, and now they're willing to go $5 billion reduction in ICE in order to
President Trump speaking live in Memphis about a number of issues that we wanted to get up to date on, including the situation in Iran, and as he's just now mentioning, with the Department of Homeland Security and ICE agents now at about a dozen airports around the country. The president saying, if you were just with us here, based on preliminary conversations between the U.S. and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity assets in Iran. That, of course, was set to begin this evening with a 48-hour deadline the president put in place last weekend. Pulling back from that, now we have 5 days. He says we're giving it 5 days, and we're going to see where this takes us. Markets have initially responded very well. They have pulled back from earlier highs, and we're going to update things coming up at the top of the hour with Amy Morris. She'll have her read on the markets for us. We'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation, and we'll get back with our panel. We never did see Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, but they're with us today as well. All ahead here with Hour 2 of Balance of Power coming up live from Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for being here with us, as always, only on Bloomberg Radio.
from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump backs off his threat, but who is he talking to? Welcome to the Monday edition as the president cites progress in talks with Iran. But the speaker of Iran's parliament says no such talks have happened. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Kaylee, the markets seem a bit concerned or at least confused about this as well. We've pulled back from our highs of this monster rally we had this morning.
Yeah, granted, we are still higher. Oil prices still lower, which perhaps was in part the intent of President Trump when he delayed for 5 days attacks on Iranian power and energy infrastructure, citing the idea that both Iran and he would like to make a deal. But to your point, the signal from Iran is, in fact, that is not so, as Iran's parliamentary speaker says that fake news is intended to manipulate financial and oil markets and to escape the quagmire in which America and Israel are trapped.
So we've seen the S&P 500 come off a much more sizable gain. We're still up 1%, which is a good thing. The S&P 500 was up almost 2.5%, up 1.3 now. And those oil prices, to your point, are still lower, but we've seen lower prices certainly today. WTI West Texas Intermediate at $89. What were we, around 85? Around the bottom this morning. So we're just trying to gauge what's happening. The president's speaking now live in Memphis. Kaylee, he essentially reiterated what he said this morning when it came to talks with Iran.
Yeah, and of course, in addition to talking with Iran, he also suggested that the Strait of Hormuz, that crucial transitway for energy flows, will reopen soon, and that he and perhaps the new Ayatollah will be in charge of it in a kind of joint venture, though he did say that the Ayatollah is not who the U.S. is speaking with, suggesting that there still needs to be one picked.
Yet Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are back at it. Apparently they were in talks just last evening, Kaylee. So we'll do our best to pick up the pieces this hour. We'll start with an update from Jeff Mason, our White House correspondent, with the very latest from the administration.
First, though, let's get the latest on the markets as they have been whipsawed by these headlines, as Joe and I were mentioning. So let's get more detail now with Amy Morris here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Kaylee, yes, you're right. Oil did fall sharply. Stocks rose after President Trump postponed strikes on Iranian power plants and said his team was holding discussions about ending the conflict. That has flip-flopped now. S&P and NASDAQ paring back those gains. Both had been up more than 2%. Now they're up about 1% as Iran says it's firing more missiles and drones at Israel and U.S. targets. Israel says it struck a central headquarters of Iran's IRGC, and there are questions about talks between the U.S. and Iran. WTI now down about 9%, around $89 a barrel. Brent crude dropping more than 9%, near $101 per barrel. And President Trump said the Strait of Hormuz would be open, quote, very soon if this works, and may be jointly controlled by Iran and the U.S., and that prices will, quote, drop like a rock once that deal is achieved. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Let's get some specific numbers for you. S&P 500 down 1.2%, or rather higher, 1.2%. NASDAQ is 1.25% higher, and the Dow is about 1.5% higher. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.35%. The 2-year yield at 3.85%. Bitcoin now about 3.5% higher, around $70,000. Let's look at the Fed now. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee says he could envision the U.S. Central Bank needing to raise interest rates or returning to rate cuts. It just depends on how the war with Iran plays out. Fed Governor Stephen Myron says the central bank shouldn't be setting any policy based on short-term considerations related to the war in Iran. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's get more from Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris checking on the markets for us. Thank you so much. Joe and myself here in Washington, where President Trump departed earlier today. He is now in Memphis, in fact, speaking at this hour at an event focused domestically on crime specifically, though he used the opportunity to speak with the media once again about the ongoing war with Iran and, of course, the latest developments from him today, a 5-day pause or extension of a deadline for the U.S. to hit power and energy infrastructure in exchange for the Strait of Hormuz being open. He cited progress with talks that apparently started this weekend between his envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner and Iranian counterparts, though Iran contends no such talks are happening, suggesting perhaps they are not looking for a deal. The president is saying the opposite.
They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal, too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet.
This is where we start our conversation with Jeff Mason, Bloomberg White House correspondent, who's with us live in studio here. Jeff, it's great to have you. The president does not want to specify who we are in touch with. We're not going to get a readout, presumably, from these meetings. That would be considered normal at a time like this. He did suggest that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are back at it. But what else do we know about the nature of these negotiations?
I feel like there's as many things that we don't know as we do, but the right person, I mean, the source right here is President Trump. That's and what he laid out in that Q&A with reporters, which was actually in Florida. It wasn't here in D.C. He spent the weekend in Florida.
That's right.
Was telling for a couple different reasons. I mean, number one, we talked about this in the previous hour, him saying we would like a deal, I think is significant. That is a separate, or that is different from what he was saying as late as last week when he said, I don't want a ceasefire. So his willingness or openness to moving towards a deal is a shift. Then it was also sort of telling to me that he said we need to do this by phone because it's hard for them to get out, I guess. I mean, I guess is a little bit of a, I don't know, a suggestion that he's not paying attention to the impact that the war that he launched is having on the country that he's trying to have talks with.
Well, and so when we consider what the country itself is saying, the Iranian Speaker of the Parliament is suggesting that there is no talks happening, and he says specifically that this fake news is intended to manipulate financial and oil markets. And I wonder to what extent, as you talk about this kind of tonal shift from President Trump on the idea that he wants a deal, how much of that is in fact market-driven?
I mean, I think it's very clear that the market is playing a role in terms of impacting the president's sense of pressure to get something done. And sometimes he dismisses that, other times he doesn't. Certainly this is someone who said just as recently as, again, last week, because he's been talking about this a lot, that before the war started, he was very pleased with where the market was. He was pleased with where gasoline prices were and trying to project that all of that is going to come back as soon as this war is over, but he had to do the war because there was this window and he felt convinced that it was the right thing to do. Now, as the impacts of those strikes and of this war continue and get even worse for him in terms of the economy and politically, it seems to be having an influence over his desire to perhaps now find an off-ramp. But the last thing I would just sneak into that long answer is he changes his mind a lot, guys.
Yeah, right.
So you just never know if this is going to last or not.
I'm just looking at the timeline here. Jeff, you were at the big party on Saturday night, I think, when this post went out. It was, 7:45 p.m. Everyone in Washington's in white tie at the gridiron, and he writes, if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the U.S. will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. So that was almost 8 o'clock at night, if my military time is right here looking at the post. There were talks that day, according to what he just told folks in the room, as he's talking about 2 days of progress here. So presumably he sent that post while Witkoff and Kushner were negotiating with the Iranians, or even after the session.
Or not. And because we just don't know. I mean, he did say today there have been 2 days of talks.
Yeah.
He could be including today's one of those, even though he said that they were going to talk later today. Maybe he's including that in his math. My suspicion is that social media post that you're referencing, Joe, led to quite a bit of reaction from allies, from U.S. friends, and from people in the region.
Yeah.
So if, in fact, I mean, if your conjecture is right, and he sent that at the same time that talks were actually happening, that's fascinating too. But it also it doesn't really square with him saying we would like to have a deal.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff Mason, appreciate you joining us, of course, Washington correspondent for us here at Bloomberg. And as Jeff said, there are a lot of questions still unanswered. We perhaps don't know as much as we know at this point. So let's turn for more analysis now to Anya Manuel, who's joining us. She's executive director of the Aspen Strategy Group, here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Anya, thank you for being here on Balance of Power. As we see the narrative that is being put out by President Trump today versus what Iran is saying, which is that no talks are happening, which one right now are you most likely to believe?
Happy to be with you, and I can't speculate on that one. There's clearly a deal to be cut here. It's just a little unclear who in Iran you're going to cut it with. So even if talks are going on, who are they talking to? The Speaker of Parliament is emerging as a power broker, but he said he's not the one. The new Supreme Leader still hasn't been seen in public. They're doing voice. The Foreign Minister never had any real power, and Larijani, who did have some real power and was seen as a pragmatist, if not a moderate, the Israelis killed him last week. So hard to see who in Iran has the authority to cut a deal if one were to be had.
The President tried to make the point earlier that because we've damaged their communications to such an extent in Iran that maybe not everybody knows that we're in talks with one party versus another with competing factions here. I don't know if you buy into that, Anya, but wouldn't this administration have to at some point have tandem negotiations with the secular and religious leadership of Iran?
I think to bring this to a conclusion, you would need both. There's another piece going on here, which apparently at the lower level, in Iran, there's very low morale. Some people from the IRGC not wanting to come to work, really discouraged because of this ongoing bombing. So I think there are people in Iran who are going to want to make a deal, and let's just all hope we get there soon.
Well, so to make a deal, I just wonder, Anya, if we should be thinking about this as just a deal through the lens of U.S. and Iranian negotiators. Israel is also party to this conflict. They have been acting in tandem with the United States. As you mentioned, it's Israel who has been leading in large part the decapitation effort of major parts of the Iranian leadership. How are they going to play a role here? Are they as likely to want to reach some kind of diplomatic off-ramp as the U.S. at this point?
Yeah, so far we've seen Israel and the U.S. have parallel but not identical goals for this war. Depending on who you're listening to on the U.S. side, we're hearing the U.S. seeks to degrade Iran's military ability to threaten us or the region. That is achievable. Regime change with a regime that comes out better than what we've had before is much more difficult, and frankly probably won't happen right away. If you do see real regime change in Iran, that could be months to a year out. So slightly divergent views here on what Israel and the United States want.
Anya, bringing us the view again from Aspen Strategy Group, and it's interesting how little we know at this moment, Kaylee. We woke up to some pretty major breaking news, and we've heard from the Commander-in-Chief twice today, yet we're still asking the same questions we were this morning.
Well, and in part, we're asking those questions because what the Commander-in-Chief is saying is not necessarily tracking with the Iranian talking points at this point, which are that we are not at this time seeking a deal. We are not speaking with you. And Iran, of course, suggesting that what the president is trying to do here is in response to energy markets. They refer to this once again, as we have seen frequently throughout this conflict, as this being psychological warfare, something that is intended to drive energy prices down. And whether or not that was the intent, it is the outcome we are seeing today with oil prices down about 9% on both Brent and WTI. Brent is actually getting closer and closer to breaking below that $100 a barrel level right now.
How about that? This is interesting. And we're watching the gains start to pick up again. The S&P 500 is up 80 points now. Still a far cry from what we saw earlier, but investors are trying to get their heads around both sides of this story that we're trying to illuminate here with Anya. Anya, how long does the president have before he needs to detail this a bit more carefully for the markets to understand? Because these questions will need to be answered.
Yeah, as you said, the markets are in turmoil. I used to be a director of a shipping company. And of course, the question on everyone's mind is how fast can you really reopen the Straits of Hormuz? It's probably weeks until you can get some tankers through there. This is a very difficult military operation. We don't have a lot of allies willing to go in with us now. So let's say you get some tankers through in the next week or a couple of weeks, great. But for spot markets on these tankers to return to normal and insurance rates to return to normal, that might take much longer, probably months.
Okay, so let's talk about that commercial shipping aspect and the control Iran has been able to exercise around the Strait of Hormuz. There have been a number of military, of geopolitical strategists who have been on the show with Joe and I suggesting so long as Iran has shown it's able to maintain that control, Iran will come out the winner ultimately of this conflict. Even if we are to see a diplomatic off-ramp specifically targeting the nuclear program, as President Trump suggested, the idea that Iran is willing to abandon efforts around a nuclear weapon and relinquish existing nuclear material. If we're still left in a world in which Iran effectively can decide to choke off the strait at any point, is that actually a good outcome for the global economy?
I agree with that worry, and exactly as you said, Kaylee, it's deeply unclear where this goes. You've seen the Houthis, a far lesser military power than Iran, wreaking a lot of havoc in the Red Sea. And so this is something that everyone who has studied conflict in the Middle East knew that this was Iran's trump card, and that closing the Straits of Hormuz is the first thing they would do if really they were pushed. And you're seeing that. And it is something that continues possibly for a long time if the strife continues in this region. I think it's a real worry.
If there's no deal in 5 days, Anya, we go back to the original threat. We will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. What would this market look like if that happened?
Look, the threats by the United States to hit power plants and others in Iran is probably credible and to be taken seriously. But Iran also has a vote here, and you've already seen by their attacks on Qatar, which took out 17% of LNG capacity, that they can just retaliate right back. So this is mutually assured destruction on people's electricity and energy infrastructure. And so I hope very much that we're going to get to a deal before any of that happens.
Well, and when we consider that energy infrastructure, just the flow of energy out of this region, President Trump has repeatedly said, Anya, that we don't actually need the oil and natural gas coming out of the Middle East, that trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz is more a favor for other countries like China. How do you think the Chinese are watching these developments right now? Do you think that they buy it, or are they still actively pursuing workarounds to try to make sure that their energy flows do not get cut off?
Yeah, they're definitely pursuing workarounds. As you all know, 80 to 90% of the oil and gas that comes through the Straits of Hormuz goes to Asia. Asia deeply impacted by this. This has been hard on China. The oil shock is real. China has had to absorb some of the price shock, the government, and not pass it through. But China's also winning from this conflict. So they're now able to position themselves as the actor of stability. That's what they're telling the global South. And by the way, it gives China even more materials leverage than they originally had. For example, 80% of global tungsten, which is a key ingredient to all of these munitions that are being fired, comes from China. So this is giving the Chinese even more leverage.
You said you ran a shipping company, Anya. In our minute or so that we have remaining, what are these crews going through out there? They've been bobbing around for 3 weeks, I think, at some point. Did they have supplies? Did they have food? I can only imagine morale on board.
Yeah, I did not run a shipping company. I was on the board. I'm a director of a shipping company. This is very dangerous, and people don't like to put their crews in danger. They're not armed. These are civilians. And so you really have to have nearly 100% security. You know, you heard the president saying a few days ago, well, they should just be more courageous. But that's not, no, in their right mind is going to put them away in a way that they would be if they were running.
Anya Manuel, thank you so much. I think we might have lost that connection there. Aspen Strategy Group. She directed a shipping company. Either way, fascinating conversation, and great to have Anya as part of our conversation. The panel is up next. I can't wait to hear what Rick and Jeannie have to think about all of this. We've had more headlines in the first half of the day than sometimes we'll get in a week. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. You picked the right place today. Balance of Power, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Iran's parliament leader is posting on social media that, quote, fake news is used to manipulate the financial and oil markets, and that there have been no talks with the U.S. President Trump says those talks are underway, which is why he says he postponed airstrikes on Iranian power plants. He claimed Iran reached out to the U.S. Now, that moved oil lower and markets higher, and things are bouncing around a little bit. Let's check those markets for you. We do it all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 1%, NASDAQ up 1%, the Dow up 1.25%, 10-year Treasury yield at 4.35%, the 2-year yield at 3.84%. Bitcoin is more than 3.5% higher, around $70,000. WTI nearly 9% lower, around $90 a barrel, and Brent crude more than 9% lower, around $101 a barrel. Now, sources tell Bloomberg President Trump's decision to postpone the deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz was aimed in part at calming energy and financial markets and followed private warnings from U.S. allies that the war is spiraling into disaster. Gulf countries have urged President Trump not to destroy Iranian infrastructure because that's crucial to keeping it from becoming a failed state after this conflict is over. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe and Kaylee.
All right, Amy Morris checking on the markets for us. Thank you so much. And as Amy reiterated, the Speaker of Iran's parliament suggesting that President Trump's about-face today, suggesting that talks with Iran have made such progress that he's postponing for 5 days attacks or strikes on Iranian power and energy infrastructure. Of course, are fake news, in the words of the Speaker of Parliament, intended to manipulate financial and oil markets. And that is the question we have here on Balance of Power today, Joe, is whether or not this is actually substantive progress toward a diplomatic off-ramp in a conflict that has lasted for more than 3 weeks now, or if this is potentially signaling to financial markets that one could say we're getting yippy, specifically in oil and in the bond market, around the potential supply and inflationary shocks emanating from this, a signal that people should cool off for now.
Well, markets were already there, of course, and we recall the post that the president put forth. It was at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time Saturday, at which he said America would hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first, if the Strait of Hormuz was not open without threat within 48 hours from this exact point in time. The timeline the president has put forth today would suggest that talks were already underway when he posted that. So it's a bit curious as we try to unpack exactly what's taken place since Saturday, and it's where we begin with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, coming off the weekend. Rick, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Guys, we've seen the markets pull back. Well, in terms of stocks from their highs, and in terms of oil, we've come off of our lows of the session because of the confusion that's been surrounding this story. Rick, we're asking everybody the same question here today. What do you believe?
Look, I mean, I look at everything, from a political lens at first. I believe that the president's got himself stuck in a bit of a quagmire. I think what he had hoped for was a quick win, resuscitate his flagging political ratings in advance of a very important midterm election for him. And it's turned out to be just the opposite. My addiction to the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index, a true poll of how people feel and future expectations are way down. It is, the index at large is historically the lowest it's been since 1978. Well, we remember what that election cycle was. Jimmy Carter running for re-election, and the melees and whatnot, that Ronald Reagan won a landslide victory. If you compare that to the midterms coming up, most Republicans I now talk to tell me they're now marking at least 20-seat loss in the House of Representatives. So this president's got a lot of work to dig himself out of this one.
Well, so I guess, Jeannie, to bring you in here, do you think that this is a step toward succeeding? If the president is now pursuing diplomacy, a deal of some kind, when he was suggesting previously that what the U.S. was seeking was outright military victory, if he's going to be able to sell that message to the American people?
It's hard to tell if the American people will buy the messaging. What they're going to want to see is their troops come home, their lives improved both economically and otherwise. And that's really what the president has got to deliver on. And that's why I think we're in a difficult situation as Americans and people around the world listening to Donald Trump, because in talking about going to the negotiating table and talking about stepping back and de-escalating, which is what this sounds like, that absolutely makes sense. It's the best of the worst options available to him now, given where we are today. But of course, it's hard to know what his motivation is. You know, a lot of speculation, as you were talking about, that this was to calm the markets. Other people suggesting we've been here before, twice now in the last year. The United States has told Iran that we're going to negotiate, and then we've hit them really, really hard. And so it would be no surprise to any of us if Iran said, we don't want to negotiate at this point. But I think all of us hope that both sides have now come to a point where they want to get to the table and they don't want to engage in this anymore. But of course, that's a lot of hope, and we have very little evidence until we get that from our own government.
President, speaking a bit earlier in Memphis, I'd like to go back to what he said, knowing that we've been talking to Iran, at least through back channels, for a long time, and people wonder, well, what makes this different? Listen to what he said a short time ago in Memphis.
Iran, we've been negotiating for a long time, and this time they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope. Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and our allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer.
Rick Davis, how do you interpret that? This time they mean business. Is that a call he presumably got from Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff after they sat down with the Iranians, or is he projecting?
You know, it's so hard to tell. You know, the difference between sort of the Trump negotiating style, which is to negotiate both ends of the spectrum. He talks as much about what the Iranians think as he does himself. And we have no idea if the Iranians are thinking the same things. So he sets up the predicate that he knows exactly what's going on in Iran. And I think we've heard so much reporting that we don't even know who he's negotiating with. You know, was it the speaker? Is it the foreign minister? Is it somebody else? Have you talked to the Ayatollah? No, we haven't. So I think we're in the earliest stages of a maybe wind down of hostilities, although I think there's someone else in this negotiation that we haven't heard anything about, and that's Israel. Israel's been hammering their targets last night in Iran, and I can't imagine a scenario where Iran is going to cut a deal with us and leave Israel hanging out there to do whatever they want to do. So I think we've got a long road to hoe if we get to a point where we have cessation of hostilities. Iran has the opportunity to retaliate. They don't have much of an offensive strike capability, but they can retaliate and they can close the strait. And we have now learned that that economic impact could have the same potential impact as the bombs that we drop.
Yeah, it's incredible to consider, and perhaps it is with the economic impact in mind that President Trump is now pursuing a deal, at least in this case, at least in terms of what he's saying publicly. Where President Trump seems less willing, though, to accept a deal at this time is in regard to reopening the Department of Homeland Security. As it was reported that this weekend, the Senate Majority Leader John Thune went to the president with a deal that would see Department of Homeland Security ex-ICE funded. So paychecks for things like TSA agents, as we're seeing lines at the airports around the country getting longer and longer. President Trump said no. He wants to see the fight continue and not have that deal handed down in part to Democrats, who, of course, are demanding changes to ICE, reforms to ICE that they wouldn't actually have gotten if this deal were to be accepted. But instead, what the president is saying is continue to fight on the funding front. Meanwhile, I will be deploying ICE to handle the situations at the airport, which we have seen at some 13 airports across the country today. And the president talked more about that idea when departing Florida earlier today.
182 years ago, a man discovered the paperclip. It was so simple. And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think of that? ICE was my idea. First person I called was Tom Homan. I said, what do you think? He said, I think it's great. Then I saw today there was some masks on. I didn't think the masks were appropriate. I put out a statement and I asked them, would it be possible to take off the mask? Because they should wear a mask when they're dealing with the murderers and the thugs let into our country.
What do you make of this metaphorical paperclip, Jeannie?
Wow. It's hard for me to wrap my head around this one, Kaylee. But, you know, one thing on this entire idea of Donald Trump pitching ICE and actually sending them into the airports was there is a lot of reporting that this idea came not from Donald Trump, but from a woman named Linda from Arizona, who called a Fox News radio show, the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show. And then Clay Travis went on Fox News and said, that's a brilliant idea, and pitched it on Trump's favorite Fox News show on Friday. And we got it on Saturday from Trump's mouth. And this, I think, just encapsulates where we are. And that reporting goes to Brian Stelter. But this encapsulates sort of where we are. And by Tom Homan's own estimation on Sunday, ICE agents are not at all trained or prepared to fill in for TSA agents. They can do things like security. They can do other things. And yet they don't have the capacity to fill in. So Donald Trump, Linda, whoever came up with this idea, we'll have to see how this works in practice. But what the president comments today about don't settle, I think that's going to make it into a lot of Democratic campaign commercials, because what he's saying is there's a deal between the GOP and the Democrats on reopening DHS and paying these people, and the president would rather talk about voting and transgender athletes.
Turns out Johan Voller, a Norwegian, received the German and U.S. patents for the paperclip. It lacked the final full loop of the gem clip, though. That was a much more important development. Rick, and I do want to mention that the airport is going to be reopening in New York, LaGuardia, on time, based on what we're hearing from Tom Homan, 2 p.m. local time, following the collision there. Rick, we've got about a minute left. What do you think of the president's rhetoric around masking specifically? Did he find an opening to reopen DHS beyond this idea of ICE and the paperclip? The way that he's talking about this sounds different today.
I don't know. Sounds pretty defensive to me. Deploying ICE into airports with masks on had to be the cause of a lot of phone calls to Donald Trump this morning saying, what are you, out of your mind? The last thing we want to do is terrorize people as they're going to the Final Four or on, spring break. What is going on here? And I can imagine why he retreated on that and told everybody, take your masks off. At the end of the day, Democrats have the advantage on this. Republicans control government. It's up to the Republicans to get this thing back open, and they need to.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, the both of them, thank you for joining us here on Balance of Power. We'll turn back to the war with Iran as Jane Harman joins us next, so stick with us on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. The S&P and NASDAQ heading back up again. Both were up more than 2% earlier today. Then they dropped to about 1%. Now they're approaching 2% again as Iran says it's firing more missiles and drones at Israel and U.S. targets. Israel says it struck a central headquarters of Iran's IRGC, and there are questions about talks between the U.S. and Iran. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up about 1.5%. NASDAQ up about 1.5%. The Dow up 1.75%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34%. The 2-year yield at 3.83%. Bitcoin now more than 4% higher, closing in on $71,000. WTI down more than 9%, near $89 per barrel. Brent crude down more than 10%, right around $100 per barrel. President Trump's decision to back down from his threat to destroy Iran's power infrastructure came after U.S. allies in Gulf countries privately warned him of the dangers of following through with that. The president's decision was also seen as an effort to calm markets rattled by his threats and the ongoing conflict. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee says he could envision the U.S. Central Bank needing to raise interest rates or returning to rate cuts. Depends on how the war plays out. Fed Governor Stephen Myron says the central bank should not be setting any policy based on short-term considerations related to the war in Iran. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us, and she'll be back with more in about 20 minutes' time. An important day for the markets here, and I'll be deeply curious to see what happens as we make our way closer to the close. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington, and we certainly have seen a very different market today than we had last week. But Kaylee, we could argue that we're seeing a different market now than we saw this morning with the big gains, the explosive gains in stocks and the rapid pullback that we saw in oil prices tempered now by some confusion over who is talking to whom and exactly what these talks might lead to.
Yeah, of course, President Trump contends that talks began over the weekend between his envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and Iranian counterparts that he said made enough progress that it was warranted delaying for 5 days the deadline to strike Iranian power infrastructure if the Strait of Hormuz is not open. Of course, Iran contends no such talks are happening. They suggest that the words from President Trump today are simply market manipulation. Now, we do have some fresh reporting from Axios as Barack reports that Vice President J.D. Vance actually spoke with the Israeli Prime Minister, keeping in mind that is a third party to consider here when it comes to this conflict and a potential end to it. They spoke about efforts to open negotiations with Iran, discussing components of a possible agreement to end the war with Iran. But again, Iran is signaling they are not close to being ready to make such an agreement.
Yeah, this is curious. Market Watch by Dow Jones is now reporting the same polymarket trader who predicted the start of the Iran war is now betting on a ceasefire by next week. I just put that there for what it's worth because the prediction markets have been playing into this in a very curious way from the beginning here. But look, this pullback is, in terms of oil prices, is significant. Whether we could actually see a deal this week is something that remains to be seen, Kaylee. And where we're watching stocks right now compared to their highs, you saw a Dow Jones Industrial Average up well over 1,000 points. It's up a little more than 700 now. The S&P 500 up 86 points, or 1.3%, pulling back from a stronger gain earlier. We'll see where we are at the close.
Yeah, keeping in mind that all of these headlines from President Trump conveniently crossed just before the open. It was a very different story in futures trading overnight. So let's get into all of this now. As Polymarket, I guess, or at least a trader on Polymarket is willing to bet on a ceasefire. I wonder if Jane Harman is willing to bet the same. She, of course, is former Democratic Congresswoman from California, former ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, and also the author of Insanity Defense, Why Our Failure to Confront Hard National Security Problems Makes Us Less Safe. Jane, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio. President Trump says talks are happening. Iran says no, they are not. Who do you believe?
Well, I have a new word for you. In addition to taco, how about caco? Congress always chickens out. All those parties you were just mentioning who may or may not be talking to each other do not include Congress, and they do not include the American people. Maybe they include our allies, maybe they include Israel, maybe they include a couple of negotiators for the Trump team, but they don't include the folks who should be authorizing or not a continuation of this war. I hope that it will end. I think there are no good hands to play, no good cards that Trump can play, but the least bad cards are to try to stop the military action now, and doing it three ways with Israel too would be a good thing. Not blaming Israel, but including Israel in a decision to stop. I think that would be very welcome.
Well, that would be awfully important, right, Jane? I'm glad that you're with us right now. We didn't realize this would drop right while you joined us, but indeed Axios is reporting that J.D. Vance spoke on the phone with Benjamin Netanyahu about components of a possible agreement. What could that call have included? The conventional wisdom so far is that Israel has very different objectives than the U.S. and may not be compelled to stand down at this point in time.
Well, that is the conventional wisdom, but nothing about this war has been conventional. Israel has a slightly different agenda, which is to, seems to me, to be destroying all possible proxies of Iran that surround Israel, especially Hezbollah. But nonetheless, a deal, including some agreement by Israel to stand down on that agenda, I think would be more powerful and could last longer. I think our former allies in the region would really welcome it. And maybe even Congress would not go on recess and stick until it can formalize something. Let's remember, Joe, that the authorization to use military force does have a 60-day carve-out, which gives latitude to the president. I think those 60 days are going to expire while Congress is on recess. And, hello, Congress, Jane to Congress, where are you? This is your responsibility.
Well, so Jane, if we're thinking about Congress here, of course, Congress should be potentially is going to be in the position very soon to have to make a decision as to whether or not to send the Pentagon an additional $200 billion in funding, in part to prosecute this war, in part to replenish stockpiles of munitions we've been expending throughout the duration of this more than 3-week-long conflict. Is that the time in which we could actually see Congress step up? Do you think it may not be a request so easily granted that the Pentagon and the White House are making?
Well, the Congress does have the power of the purse. Let's understand that our defense budget is already $1 trillion, higher than it's ever been. And the president was proposing another $500 billion add to that. And I don't know if the 200's on top of the 500. So he's almost doubling it. And what is this going for? I mean, some of us, I chaired recently the Commission on National Defense Strategy, and we said that the DIB, the Defense Industrial Base, was weak and needed to be replenished. A lot of this money has to go there. And oh, by the way, one of the things we just destroyed, unfortunately, is our soft power by defunding a number of agencies and functions of our government. Soft power is our diplomacy. Soft power is our development aid. And where's the money going to be to rebuild that? Because, boy, are we going to need that once this this mistake is ended.
Jane, you spent a career around diplomacy, and I'm wondering what you think of this idea of the president sharing control of the Strait of Hormuz with the new Ayatollah. What type of agreement would govern such action?
Yeah, stay tuned, Joe. I really don't know. I would think that a lot of countries in the world, in fact, most of them, would have a stake in this too. And all of a sudden giving some agency to us, if we are a reliable partner, might be something they would entertain. But I don't know what the contours are. I would hesitate to say. And this is international water. And, sadly, the geography is such that Iran easily can get control over it. But it's international water. So I would think some international group would have to say this makes some sense.
Well, when we consider the Strait of Hormuz and the economic choke point it has become, which Iran is still effectively exercising control over, Jane, I just wonder if so long as the Strait of Hormuz can operate in that capacity, in that Iran is able to effectively choke it off when they so choose, if even a diplomatic outcome is not going to be enough to assuage shippers, specifically those operating the vessels, that it's going to maintain safe passage, that it can be safely protected, knowing Iran could make the decision at any moment for that no longer to be the case.
Well, that's a risk, isn't it? Did we think about that before we started this action, however many days it was, 3 or 4 weeks ago? I wonder if we did. I wonder if the president was fully considered this, or if the team he consulted fully considered this. I mean, saying, I have a feeling that the time is right. Doesn't seem to me to be a very thoughtful, detailed decision about consequences. And this is a very serious consequence. And oh, by the way, Karg Island, where there's also conversation, we could take it over, is 300 miles away from the Strait of Hormuz, not exactly contiguous. And I'm not exactly sure what taking it over now would get us, plus, except for a high risk that there could be casualties to our military if we put boots on the ground.
Well, if we can get back to your original premise, which I believe is Congress always chickens out, Jane, what's about to happen, if anything, to DHS? This is a Department of Homeland Security that's about to set a record for its closure, and the president is dispatching ICE agents to airports to back up TSA agents who are not getting paid. Is that leverage to reopen, or could that, in fact, spoil things for Democrats to the point where we do set a record?
Well, unclear, Joe. I mean, the idea of ICE agents, maybe unmasked, that's an improvement, in airports collecting data on the people in lines, data for what is a little scary, as in a lot scary. Should Congress buck the president here and fund TSA? You bet it should. And there are proposals in both parties to do this. But I gather the president is holding back the Republican Party from doing it. Should there be reforms to ICE? Absolutely. And I think members of Congress would support this. So, hello, Congress, Kako, don't chicken out. Step up and do the right thing for your constituents. You'll be rewarded if you do this. You'll be punished if you don't.
Well, so who, Jane, do you expect will ultimately bear the brunt of that punishment? If it's President Trump who has rejected a deal that a Republican majority leader brought to him, does that actually shift the trajectory of blame away from Democrats who obviously were demanding the changes causing this shutdown to the Republican Party as the midterms get closer?
Well, the problem we're having is that the business model, which used to be work together to solve hard problems for the country, has morphed into blame the other side. And if we're only playing the blame game, we're going to get nowhere. And yeah, maybe Republicans will be punished more than Democrats, but I'm going to stand in one of those lines later this week. I'm not going to feel great about it. And I'm just saying that I think if I were a member of Congress now, I can't say I missed the job right now. If I were a member of Congress right now, I'd want to be solving this hard problem. There are solutions. And just keeping the government closed, or this portion of the government closed, and making people suffer doesn't leap out as the best option.
Well, we know that John Thune went to the president to try to end this shutdown yesterday and said he'd had Republican votes to support funding all of DHS except ICE. The president said no. How much longer does that mean the department will be closed, realizing that he wants this tied to the Save America Act?
Well, I think the Save America Act is really unpopular, including with Republicans. I mean, I think absentee ballots back in the day when I was running for Congress were the way Republicans won races. And I don't think Republican governors want their secretaries of state ordered around by the Trump administration. So I don't think Save is going anywhere. And John Thune, if he has enough votes, should just pass the thing over the president with a veto-proof majority, and then it's done. John Thune, Kako, please do it. And I'm not sure Democrats will agree to his proposal, but there is some proposal, I would imagine, if they work together, that would get a veto-proof majority in the Senate. And same thing for Mike Johnson. He seems a little more reticent, but hey, if you want to get reelected, you have to be able to accomplish something in your term.
Well, Jane, I know you've repeatedly called out to Congress in your time with us today. I'm not sure if anyone in Congress is going to heed those calls, knowing Mike Johnson doesn't just have this challenge. There's also the challenge of FISA renewal. And I ask you, as the former ranking member on House Intelligence, how difficult this may become in the weeks ahead.
Well, difficult. I think every single thing there is difficult. And I think one of the things that is really painful is the weakness of our intelligence community now. FISA is a key piece of our ability to keep America safe. FISA needed reform over time. We did reform it to some extent. But again, Kako, Congress has got to get in the game and not just let things expire and then throw up its hands And we need strong people heading our intelligence community. We have some, but we lack others. And, you know, as one of the people after 9/11 who was there and who worked on a bipartisan basis to put America in a stronger position, this is absolutely heartbreaking and really reckless.
Going to have to start making the Kako t-shirts next. Jane Harmon, it's great to see you. Thanks for being back with us here on Bloomberg. Haley and I will meet you back here on the late edition of Balance of Power, 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, across Bloomberg platforms. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Yes, indeed. No surprise to see it being a busy Monday. I felt like it was a busy Friday, and we expected a lot over the weekend. It is Monday, though, and I feel like we are having some conflicting messages today.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I mean, the president out early this morning talking about what he's going to do to wind down the war, and we're seeing equities move higher as a result. It's a broad-based move in the S&P 500, Carol, up more than 1.5%. Only 65 stocks lower in the S&P 500.
And yet we're off our best levels of the session.
Yeah.
It's been kind of interesting pre-market going into the open to kind of where we are. I gotta say, I think it's also safe to say that there are a lot of questions out there. We do see WTI crude also sliding back, President Trump backing off his ultimatum with Iran. And yet, again, we want to try and figure out exactly what's going on from the Washington perspective, the Middle Eastern perspective, because it just, again, feels like there's some conflicting messaging.
We're going to have views from both of those areas of the world. Also, the rewired global FX markets. Because of the war, we're going to speak with Jaya T. Bardwaj. She's head of FX strategy over at TD Securities.
All right, looking forward to that. And plus, we're going to get into Apple's nice guy, heir apparent. It is today's Bloomberg Big Take. It's an incredible write-through by Mark Gurman. He's also got some other reporting out when it comes to Apple, but this isn't a guy we talk about a lot.
Not yet.
Not yet.
And he's responsible for some things at Apple that haven't always gone according to plan, which I love about Mark's piece.
Yeah, so, all right, we're going to talk about that.
He's made some mistakes, let's just say that.
But he's been there a long time, and yet he's still pretty young. Just going to say. All right, we're going to get into it in just a moment. Stick around, everybody. First up, let's get you going with a check on the trade, your top business stories. Here's Amy Morris in for Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you, Carol. President Trump said the U.S. was talking with a respected Iranian leader and claimed the Islamic Republic was eager for a deal to end the war. But Iran says there are no talks going on with the U.S. Trump did extend a deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face attacks on its power plants. That gives Iran an additional 5 days. And that's moved markets. WTI down nearly 10%, around $89 per barrel, and Brent crude dropping more than 10%, now near $100 per barrel. Bloomberg intelligence analysts say oil prices are primed to rise despite Brent's recent dip below $100 per barrel as unresolved disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz keep the market structurally tight. We do check these markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 now up 1.5%, NASDAQ up 1.6%, and the Dow up 1.8%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.33%, the 2-year yield at 3.83%. Bitcoin about 1.25% higher, around $71,000. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee says he could envision the U.S. Central Bank needing to raise interest rates or returning to rate cuts. It all depends on how the war plays out. Fed Governor Stephen Miron says the central bank shouldn't set policy based on short-term considerations related to the war in Iran. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's Bloomberg Business Flash. More now from Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec.
So appreciate it. All right, Amy Morris in there for Charlie Pellet. All right, folks, just looking at our live blog on the U.S. war in Iran, we have President Trump saying that the Strait of Hormuz to reopen soon under a joint control with the United States. Iranian media denying negotiations have taken place. We mentioned Brent crude falling back. We mentioned WTI crude falling back as well. And then President Trump suspended threatened strikes on energy infrastructure, citing talks. So this is kind of the latest on our blog. Meantime, maybe we'll ask our next guest about what we have else on the blog.
Okay, we can't leave it there, Carol.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm going to just read from this because
this.
Jennifer Welch, if you watch our program, if you listen to our program, you know her well at this point. She's chief geoeconomics analyst for Bloomberg Economics. She writes that several explanations could account for the contradictory messages from President Trump and Iran over talks to end the war. The most likely explanation is the U.S. is pursuing negotiations as the president searches for an off-ramp but exaggerating progress in an attempt to reassure markets.
All right, so that might explain, right, the contradictions that we are seeing. Hey, we wanted to get, we're going to get a view from the White House in just a moment and really the national security aspect from the United States. But right now we want to get a view from the region. We head to Istanbul and to Bloomberg News Middle East and North Africa managing editor Onur Ant. He oversees editorial direction and newsroom operations across the region. And so delighted to have him with us. Onur, thank you so much. I know it's a little bit later where you are. We are trying to understand exactly kind of what feels like contradictory statements from the White House, the U.S. versus what's coming out of Iran. Set the record straight. What do we know?
Well, we know that U.S. President Donald Trump backed down from his earlier threat to strike Iran's energy sites if Strait of Hormuz is not reopened by the end of his 48-hour deadline, which he started on Saturday evening. So basically, in about 6 to 7 hours, that deadline would have expired. But earlier today, very early in the morning in the U.S., all of a sudden we have seen that President Trump posting several messages on social media, followed by his in-person remarks to reporters in the U.S., where he said, unlike what he had said before, that he was talking to Iranian officials and that a deal was possible. And therefore, he gave Iran a 5-day reprieve, basically promising not to hit any energy assets in the Islamic Republic until Saturday. Those remarks were followed by repeated claims by Iranian media that said such talks never really happened. Iran, in fact, did not respond to U.S. requests for negotiations, and the fact that Trump backed down from his earlier threats was basically down to the Iranian response to earlier U.S. and Israeli threats in the region, and basically a function of how the war has so far unfolded. Those are the sort of two emerging main narratives coming out of the U.S. and Iran over the last few hours.
So then how do we explain the public statements differing from what we know is happening privately, and the differences that we're hearing from Iran saying, wait a second, no, we are not having any discussions?
It's not extremely surprising. Obviously, there is this one marginal possibility that everything that's coming out of the mouth of the U.S. president is completely false and a lie. It's plausible, but it's not very likely. What is more likely is the fact that what's happening now is a continuation of what we have seen so far during the conflict and even before the conflict. Iran and Iran's administration sees this war as an existential one, and they do not want to project any sign of weakness to their own public. So even if there is a back-channel negotiation going on with the U.S., which seems to exist, judging by all the reporting that we have done over the last few hours, they do not want to portray this as a negotiation between the Islamic State and its adversaries in an existential war, but instead they would like to portray this as a case where Iran has retaliated so violently and so strongly to previous U.S. and Israeli attacks since the war began about 24 days ago, that right now the U.S. is forced to sort of backtrack its earlier threats and steps in the war, putting Iran in this position of power and superiority in the war. So that's where I think the inconsistency is mainly coming from over the last few months.
I want to ask you, because as you said, I think it's safe to say that many would point out that on both sides you could question the messaging and what is fact, what is maybe a little bit of a massaging of the message, and the same thing out of Iran. How do we trust what we're hearing out of Iran as well?
Okay, it's not very easy, and we have been very adamant in our efforts to filter out propaganda from the actual messaging. That said, today, immediately after Trump's Truth Social posts that said that he was in talks with the Iranian leadership, we have seen a concerted effort by Iranian state-linked media outlets trying to counter that message with the message that I just explained a couple of minutes ago. This is clearly centralized. So yes, we are trying to filter out the propaganda, but there is a clear emerging pattern in Iranian media today that shows the messaging coming out of Tehran was highly centralized. And it is a closely choreographed place. We cannot talk about a free media that is free to report on anything it wants.
So, Onur, let's say that we do see an end to the conflict in the coming days. What does Iran look like post this war?
That is a very difficult question to answer, but I will do my best. According to what the U.S. Israeli alliance said since the beginning of the war on February 28, thousands, more than 7,000 targets in Iran have been hit. Now, they have spared the energy assets for most part of the war, but we know that administrative buildings, civilian infrastructure has been heavily targeted. So on the one hand, you have a country where the infrastructure has been very heavily degraded. On the other hand, though, if the war unfolds pretty much in a similar way to how it has so far, and if there is no conclusive peace agreement that would allow Trump and also Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to say that they have managed to take or extract every single concession that they wanted to going into this war, it will make Iran look like the victorious side after this war, and therefore will allow it to maintain a sense of legitimacy in the eyes of its own people and also regionally after the war is concluded.
One last thing, just quickly. This is crossing the Bloomberg terminal coming from the New York Times. At the Pentagon, officials are weighing deployment of air troops to Iran, and the New York Times citing defense officials on that troop deployment. If we see that, would it be assumed to be seen as an escalation on the part of Iran? And then what would that mean maybe in terms of this war? Just quickly.
I guess that would depend on where exactly those troops are going to be landed. If that happens, we have seen over the last couple of weeks that there are certain areas where the U.S. thinks it may land its troops, such as the Karg Island, which is a key export terminal for Iran. Such a move would allow the U.S. to maintain leverage that would allow it to force the Iranian government to come to terms on some of the key issues, such as uranium or their ties to proxy forces in the region. So it really depends a lot on where those troops might be headed and what the task, the objective of that military operation might be.
Every day, it feels like in this war, it feels like so many questions, right? As stuff comes across and headlines are known. Onur, thank you so much. I know it's later over there and you've had a busy day already, but thank you so much for sticking around and informing our audience at this hour. Onur Ant, he is Middle East and North Africa managing editor at Bloomberg News. Just want to point out on that New York Times report about Pentagon officials weighing possible troop deployment to Iran. The officials described the military's actions as prudent planning, noting that nothing had been ordered by the Pentagon nor by U.S. Central Command, which declined to comment. They said another possibility being considered should President Trump authorize U.S. troops to seize Karg Island is an attack by about 2,500 troops, or I guess the island overall, is an attack by about 2,500 troops from the Marine Expeditionary Unit, which is on its way to the region.
Okay, well, let's go to Washington, D.C. and hear the latest when it comes to the war. I want to bring in White House and National Security Editor Michelle Gemrisco. Michelle, I just want you to weigh in on that New York Times story and what you're hearing from your own reporting and what you're hearing from Washington.
Well, first on that, I mean, I think, Tim, that doesn't move us very much further than where we were, which is that we knew Trump has ordered that unit from Japan to the region. We're expecting to see them arrive in the coming days to the area. But we just don't know at this point how and if they will be used. It is allowing Trump another option. So I think one of the things that we've been keeping in mind throughout this back and forth today, as we hear from the U.S. and then Iran, and as Onur so rightly pointed out, with each having their own motives to say what they've said and forcing us to not take them at face value. Amid all that talk, we have to remember that the president retains this sort of option for kinetic action should he deem appropriate, as he has said, given talks might be flailing at that point. So, we should treat this as a potential head fake as well. This talk of, moving toward peace. This is, perhaps a tactic that the U.S. can use to kind of distract in the name of, kind of moving forward with something a little more kinetic, a little more military. And it's
like
also
what?
important to
like
note,
what? Like, let's go there. Yeah.
It's important. It's important to note too that this 5-day timeline that he announced this morning also does not include non-energy sites. He's been very specific. This is a call for a so-called kind of partial ceasefire, at least on the U.S.'s part, on Iran's energy sites in the region. He's not promising that there won't be some other operation. So there's just a lot of moving parts here and a lot of options that the U.S. retains for what might happen in the next hour or the next days.
Michelle, where's Israel in all of this? I mean, is the U.S. talking a lot with Israel? And I'm just curious how much they are coordinating their efforts. If Israel says, no, we got to keep going, I'm just wondering where that fits in and what kind of back channel talk is going on.
Yeah, that's been a really important question throughout all this because, as you know, when this all started on February 28th, it was U.S. and Israel moving forward. And there have been times where Israel has perhaps been a little more aggressive than the U.S. would like to admit to or be attached to. One element of that, of course, last week was on the other energy sites that were Israeli strikes that the U.S. kind of was at odds with and had contradictory statements about whether or not they were aware of the attacks. They did say they did not participate in the attacks that Israeli forces made on those energy sites. So there is, a lot of reason to question how much the two are aligned in terms of tactics. But they're both moving forward. They both have an interest in defeating the regime for whatever that's worth and however that's defined. And so we'll have to see in the coming days how they kind of play into the picture. But what we've heard from Israel is that there's no let up. They're ready to keep up attacks. They obviously have a few fronts going on. And interestingly enough, and we've got some stories on the Bloomberg Terminal around this, but in Israel, it's wildly popular to carry forward with these attacks on Iran and to move forward toward, a victorious finish in this war instead of bowing out. And they do see as an extension of a war they've been fighting for more than 2 years since the October 7th attack. So this is something much more complicated and multifaceted and aggressive from Israel's part in terms of a long-term measure to defeat Iran. And so that kind of carries a different weight to where in the U.S. we're largely focused on impact on energy markets and how that might be restraining Trump as it did this morning.
Well, let's just end there and talk a little bit about how this could end, at least from a U.S. perspective. Just in 30 seconds, negotiations, if indeed Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are doing this, what does a negotiated end to this look like from a U.S. perspective?
Well, it could be, anything the way Trump states it. We don't know for sure who is involved in these talks, and you got into this a bit with Owner, but we can be certain that it's quite possible that Kushner and Witkoff are talking to someone, even if it's not the Iranian parliament speaker, as that person has denied those talks are ongoing, contradicting earlier reports today from Axios. So, the end game could look like one of the base cases is Iran keeps delaying, says they will do certain things, but this turns into a JCPOA style negotiation that goes on forever.
Michelle, thank you so much. Great context there. Michelle Jamriska, White House and National Security Editor, joining us from our D.C. bureau. When we come back, another one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Iran's parliament speaker posted on social media that, quote, fake news is used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and that there are no negotiations ongoing with the U.S. President Trump says talks are underway, which is why he says he's postponed airstrikes on Iranian power plants. He claims Iran reached out to the U.S. That moved oil lower and markets higher. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up about 1.5%. NASDAQ up about 1.5%. The Dow up 1.7%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.33%, and the 2-year yield at 3.82%. Bitcoin about 4% higher now, topping $71,000. Brent crude is 11% lower, near $100 per barrel. LaGuardia Airport has reopened after being closed for much of today because of that collision between an Air Canada Express plane and a fire truck. 2 pilots were killed. Expect delays or cancellations. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now more from Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stinovec.
All right, Amy.
Thanks so much.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Carol.
Jinx. What happened?
We both just want to talk to Mark, I think.
We do.
I think that's what it is.
Well, listen, we also want to talk about, I was trying to do a tease and a lead up.
Oh, okay.
You gave it away. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. All right. One of the largest market cap companies in the world.
Okay.
It's about to celebrate its 50th anniversary on April Fool's Day.
Okay, and yet?
And yet, one of the big questions hanging over it, Tim, is who will take over the reins next?
It's something that the current CEO doesn't really like to talk about yet. It is today's Bloomberg Big Take. And Mark Gurman highlights Apple's nice guy heir apparent. For more, let's head to Bloomberg News' LA Bureau and Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Global Consumer Tech, Mark Gurman.
We like big build-ups to you. We're just going to tell you. We just like to do that.
John Ternus. It's not a name that a lot of people outside of like the immediate Apple ecosystem were super familiar with a couple years ago. But he's been at Apple for 25 years. Why is he in the position, in your view, to be the heir apparent to Tim Cook?
There are a few main reasons. One, and this is an interesting one, he's 50 years old, which makes him 15 years younger than Tim Cook, and at least 10 years younger than the rest of Apple's executive team, people who would be in position to take the CEO role. Tim Cook is not going anywhere imminently, right? I still think it's going to be at least another year to go before he's no longer CEO, maybe 2 to 5 years. Who knows at this point, right? I mean, everything in his world is Apple, so it's a hard position to move on from. And that means that the rest of the executives who could take over are going to be even older, right? And so you need someone in the role who could take over and be in that position for 10 to 20 years. And that really leaves you only with John Ternus. Aside from that, he's the only person on the executive team who has successfully launched hardware, software, integrated products. He is essentially in charge of their products, which generate 80% of revenue for the company. He's known for his political acumen. He's known for empowering leaders under him at Apple. He's known for getting into the weeds on the technical side. He would be a different type of CEO for Apple, right? Steve Jobs was an innovator, a designer, a product genius, really a visionary. Tim Cook was a visionary when it came to operations and sales and finances. And Ternus, in his own right, is a maestro of engineering, solving hard problems, bringing devices to market, drumming up new products. So that's going to be a different type of CEO, but I still think it would be a continuity pick in the sense that he's worked under Tim for a very long time, well north of a decade. He's been a senior VP at Apple for about 5 years at this point. And he's someone Apple's been pushing to the forefront in its marketing, in its keynotes, meetings with government regulators, meetings with press, local, in different jurisdictions around the world, different Apple campuses and offices globally. So this is someone who's at the forefront of the CEO race at Apple right now.
Mark, so much here at Bloomberg, what we'll talk about when we're going through a different economic or market cycle is that, when it comes to like a Fed chair, we need like the right Fed chairman for the era. Like I think about during the great financial crisis, during COVID, and just so on and so forth, or go all the way back to Volcker when we were dealing with inflation. What is it, like as you talk about the youth or being younger, Ternus, you talk about continuity, being an insider. I mean, is that Is that what really Apple needs? I mean, what does it really need? And I
it's
guess
not what Apple needs right now. Apple needs a shakeup. Apple needs someone who's more AI-centric, and the board knows this. And in the conversations they're having within the board, the question is, do we really want the continuity pick, or do we want sort of someone who's an outlier or an outsider who could shake things up on the AI side? And what you keep coming back to is the fact that Apple is a hardware-centric company. They're a hardware platform that all these AI and other services run on top of. And you can't really run the AI unless you have the hardware there at the forefront, right? And so the hardware picture, at least for now, it does work. But let's see if someone else emerges in the next few years. I don't think that's going to happen. Apple is such a unique culture and a unique company that you really can't bring in an outsider. So all signs point to Turnus.
Well, on Turnus's track record, Mark, one thing that surprised me, and I kind of let out this audible yelp in the newsroom when I got to this part of your story, was the missteps that he's had have been very prominent. I mean, two things that Apple moved away from that were widely seen as mistakes happened under Turnus's tenure. Talk about the keyboard, the butterfly keyboard issue, and the touch bar.
Yeah, he's not had a good run in the mid-2010s with keyboard-related items. You had the butterfly keyboard, which was a disaster and kept breaking for typing. You had the touch bar. Now, the thing I'll say about the touch bar and the butterfly keyboard, he was the engineering implementer of these ideas. These were two things that were pushed heavily by the design team at Apple at the time. And so he was really executing on the vision that they pushed him to execute on. The design team at Apple is in a different era. They are in lockstep now with the engineering team run by John Turnus, because he also oversees the design teams now, both hardware and software. So I think that it's a bit of a different situation right now. Since he became senior VP, Apple's products have improved dramatically in terms of quality and features. I mean, you see the MacBook Airs and the MacBook Pros and the iPhones these days. The durability is just insane. So I do think that that was 10 years ago. Those are notable missteps under his watch when he was running Mac hardware engineering. But certainly there's been a lot of improvement since that time.
So, I want to go back to how you started. You said, Tim Cook, it could be next year, it could be 2 to 5 years. I mean, if it's longer, it actually gives, Cook some more time to kind of figure out and maybe also continue to kind of guide the strategy of the company. I mean, a lot can happen, in 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So I'm just wondering, how much is, Turnus a sure thing?
Well, the longer that Tim Cook is CEO, the odds go up that Turnus is a sure thing, because everyone else around Tim Cook on the executive team is just going to get older and older, and so that is going to leave Turnus. Like if Tim Cook steps down in 5 years, Turnus will be 55, still giving him 15, years potentially in the CEO seat, maybe longer than that. Everyone else will have aged out. I mean, you have Eddie Q, who runs services. He's pushing over 60. Greg Joswiak, who runs marketing, over 60. You have software engineering chief Craig Federighi, who's in his late 50s and has already declared publicly that he shouldn't and does not want to be CEO of Apple. You have a new CFO who's relatively young, around Turnus's age, but Apple's not going to make a CFO, their CEO. You have a new COO who's about 60. And at this point, he's going to be too old to become CEO as well. And so all of your options are gone. You had people talk about Jeff Williams for many years. He was the COO. They had been putting him in the driver's seat as a successor by giving him more product and design responsibility, but he retired at the end of last year, so he's no longer an option. There was all sorts of speculation about Angela Ahrendts. 6 years ago when she was running retail, she's out of the company as of 2019, so she's no longer an option. So basically, you're out of options unless Apple's going to go external, which would be a massive shock.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. What's the chance that they go external, or what's the chance that they bring back somebody who left but who also knows the culture?
Apple has a remarkably bad track record bringing in executives from the outside. Nearly everyone who they've brought in has been a failure from an outsider's perspective. They had their chief people officer, Carol Surface, who was out in 2 years. I mentioned Angela Ahrendts, the retail chief. She was out in 5 years. There's some other examples there as well. but it has not worked out pretty for them from an Apple cultural standpoint. And John Turnus, having been there for 25 years, makes it a lot simpler for him to be in the role. Lots of people at Apple. Oh, the other example I should give, by the way, is John Giannandrea, who was the AI chief. He came from Google, and that was a complete disaster, right? Yeah. So the track record on outsiders has been extremely poor, to say the least. Apple's run like a family business, right? They're keeping it in the family. It's run by the family, the same people who've been around for a very long time. And so they're going to pass it on to the next member of the family, I think.
Mark, we don't want to give the entire story away. It is one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. It is today's big take. Everybody should check it out. It's not all you have on the terminal today. A couple other stories we wanted to highlight. A scoop from you about adding search advertising to Apple Maps in a push to make services even bigger. What is Apple planning on doing to our maps?
Yeah, similar to Google and Yelp, restaurants, brands, stores will be able to bid on search queries. So, for example, a coffee shop in your area wants to bid on the term coffee. Probably that'll cost them a lot of money. But if they're the highest bidder and you search coffee in their locale, they'll pop up first as an ad on the search results. And that's an ad. So big advertising expansion for Apple. Obviously, Apple Maps is extraordinarily visible. They've been pushing ads for years now in the App Store, search ads included. They've been pushing advertising within the Apple News app and the news section in the stocks application. So definitely this is a big lever that they're pulling here to try to generate more revenue. The estimates are they made $8 million from in iOS ads, or they're going to across 2026. Putting it in Maps is probably going to double that pretty quickly.
Hey, speaking of pulling a lever, you've got another story. Man, I mean...
He still has time for us, Carol.
What's the other story? I already forgot. What did I do now?
Apple to start its AI comeback bid.
Oh, yeah.
So talk to us about that. What's coming up, this Worldwide Developers Conference, and what we might get in terms of AI levers?
Yeah, as I reported, I think first week of January, second week of January, they're going to revamp Siri as a chatbot to compete with ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini and what have you. So all the focus will be on Siri and AI.
Is this right that they report on, May 1st? I think that's an estimate.
Apple, that's an estimate. That's an estimate.
Okay.
So Mark, yeah,
that time frame is typical.
WWDC is typically for developers. I mean, that's the whole point of it. You get unveiling of iOS.
They announced the new OSs, right?
Yeah.
So they'll announce iOS 27, the other new operating systems, and so developers get a bunch of new frameworks and tools, and consumers get a bunch of new features. But this year is going to be lighter than usual. This is all the features are going to be about AI this year. Everything else is going to be pretty minimal.
So we're going to like Siri now?
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I know what the features are going to be, but I couldn't tell you if they're going to work properly or not, and I couldn't tell you if consumers are going to like them. But I think if they work to an effective rate of 85%, 90%, that platform of over 2 billion users is going to pull in a lot of people.
Okay, before we let you go, shameless plug. You and I are doing a live Q&A for Bloomberg subscribers. It's on Thursday, March 26th. It starts at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Mark Gurman, it's an Ask You Anything of Mark Gurman. You can send him questions ahead of time. You can get in touch with us.
Anything?
Anything.
Anything?
Yeah, people do.
Ooh.
We love it. It's a fun time.
All right, looking forward to it. Hey, Mark, thank you so much, as always, our Mark Gurman there. All right, folks, we're headed to a break. We're going to get back to the markets, talk a little bit about the currency trade. That's next.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. A possible de-escalation in the Middle East conflict led to oil falling and stocks rising after President Trump said he would postpone strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.7%, NASDAQ up 1.8%, the Dow up 1.9%, just about 2% higher now for the Dow. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.32% and the 2-year yield at 3.81%. Bitcoin up about 4.25%, topping $71,000. WTI now down more than 11%, around $87 per barrel, and Brent crude down more than 12%, now $98 per barrel. Sources tell Bloomberg that President Trump's decision to postpone the deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz was aimed in part at calming energy and financial markets and followed private warnings from U.S. allies that the war was spiraling into disaster. Gulf countries have urged the president not to destroy Iranian infrastructure that will be crucial to keeping it from becoming a failed state after the conflict ends. LaGuardia Airport has reopened after it was closed for much of today because of the collision between an Air Canada Express plane and a fire truck, which killed the two pilots. You can expect more delays and or cancellations. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. So our Bloomberg team watching global currency markets, writing early this morning that cross-asset relationships that macro traders rely on have been rewired since the U.S. war in Iran started. And the old playbook is no longer a guide to currency moves. And Tim, this is all happening as we've seen the dollar backtrack, falling sharply after President Trump said he would postpone strikes against Iranian energy targets for 5 days, something we kicked off this hour talking about. He cited, the president that is, citing, quote, good and productive talks on ending the war. There's some debate about what exactly is going on. And before President Trump's remarks, the greenback had touched the highest level since December on fears of a possible escalation in the Middle East. Again, based on our conversations, it sounds like that could still happen.
We'll see. Who knows?
We just don't know.
Who knows? Yeah. I want to bring in Jaya T. Bardois. She's head of FX strategy at TD Securities. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. The headlines that have been happening today, the back and forth, the whiplash that we've seen in markets, how are you making sense of that from an FX perspective?
First of all, thank you so much for having me back. But I think it's a very clear sign that markets are purely now hinged on the duration and the extent of the conflict. Everyone's just waiting for signs of that. But it did show a very clear sign that markets are also very happy and willing to fade the moves you've seen in the last couple of weeks. And they're looking for that glimmer of hope and optimism. And hopefully the good headlines you've seen come over in the morning. Hopefully if they get dragged out, then potentially you could see maybe outside of the oil market, other asset prices could go back to where they were. Oil markets are potentially the only ones where we see some permanent risk premium will remain embedded, given some of the energy infrastructure which has been destroyed. Maybe the new baseline for oil prices is not 60 anymore, but closer to 80. Whoa. But outside of that, asset prices, other than that, might be able to go back.
You said permanent risk premia. I mean,
a little bit more medium term, not in the sense
not
that it would remain,
yes,
but it will likely remain for a few years, especially because some of the energy infrastructure was destroyed.
Rebuild, right?
It will take time and years to rebuild that. And even if there's a ceasefire, think about it, like you cannot do away with the risk of Iran feeling emboldened and then attacking again.
Can we go there? Because I think it's safe to say any of us who remember 9/11 or just think about the region as a whole, and you think about Iran's history with the United States, it's not been a good one for a long time. And you do wonder, do you leave a country, an entity, a regime that is even angrier at the United States? And I don't know that we can get a read on that yet. I think even the president was talking earlier. Did we overhear him saying something like that maybe he and whoever the next leader would be kind of having say in what happens in Iran next? So there's just a lot of interesting things going on. But are we wrong to think about, have we created a bigger enemy here? And maybe some disconnect, too, with the region as a whole beyond Israel, who probably maybe weren't prepared for all of this fallout and destruction.
The way we're seeing risk scenarios right now, there's only two probable outcomes. One is potentially a continuation of the good headlines you've seen, where potentially both sides have some sort of a ceasefire, like come to some terms and agreements on the basis of that, and both sides will be able to claim victory from that. I'm sure the US will say that we have eliminated part of the supreme leaders there, but Iran will also be able to claim victory in a certain sense. So both sides get that, asset prices come down. In that environment, we actually expect a good amount of selling pressure on the dollar to resume.
That's one scenario. What's the other one?
The other one is potentially if the talks do not go well, potentially this becomes a much bigger conflict, potentially bringing in a little bit more of the peers who've currently stayed on the sidelines. You bring in more peers, get them involved, and this becomes a very long-term strategic battle then. It's not just short-term. But it becomes a much more long-term strategic point, and that's where a nuclear chain reaction potentially sets off. Because right now, markets have outside of oil prices and then rates last week, equities and FX have been relatively very well contained. You've not seen the classic risk-off even to this state play out, and then that is something that actually plays out, and then it wreaks havoc on the markets.
Why haven't we seen that classic risk? Why haven't we seen that play out?
I think it's because of the nature of the way the shock started out. I'm sure a lot of people were expecting it to be a quick one and done like Venezuela. I'm sure even the US administration was expecting that. And nobody was expecting Iran to retaliate the way they have, or even expecting the kind of military strength that they have showed, that nobody knew that they had all of that. So in that environment, even now, people, given that this is a midterm election year, Trump has wanted the Fed to cut interest rates, the inflation price and prices shooting higher is not good for the administration, both geopolitically. Obviously NATO has declined to help. I think that's a very strong sign. So there's weak support both domestically and globally, which is why people were hoping that potentially this is something which is like Israel-Iran back in June 2025, where you had a shock to prices, but that lasted only a few weeks and then everything came back down. Right now, when I'm speaking to investors, they're extremely split. There's a good chunk of them still in that baseline, and some of them who have moved to that bad case scenario. But given the massive amounts of uncertainty, people are just stuck in the middle, and they have not been able to put on active risk behind any of those scenarios.
So where do investors want to go? I mean, we've been watching, the US dollar really, really closely, which we've seen under pressure, and then we saw a rally coming off of this war. So I don't know, do you have a long and short, or short and long term thought on it, and how much conviction do you have on those? Or again, it goes back to these two scenarios.
In the short run, remain defensive. The dollar should remain tactically bid. It's not just because dollar is a safe haven, and there's still a big question as to whether it has been behaving like a safe haven or not. But the nature of the shock allows the dollar to behave like a safe haven because the US is geographically insulated from all of this. Energy independent, not as driven by tourism or supply chain interlinkages with the Middle East compared to the European Union. So the nature of the shock should allow the dollar to behave like a safe haven tactically, but I'm still not convinced that this dollar bounce should turn into an outright rally. And one very interesting evidence which I point out to in that is, if you just pull up the dollar chart since the start of the year, look at the dollar sell-off which happened when Trump and the US only threatened to invade Greenland, did not even invade it. And when the Fed did the rate check on behalf of the Ministry of Finance in Japan, the dollar sell-off you saw in that time was still much stronger than any dollar rally you've seen with this actual conflict in the Middle East in the last 3+ weeks. So if all of this, if you get that off-ramp through the war in the summer, imagine the amount of dollar selling pressure which will come back with a lot more intensity. Because the Hedge of America trade will be back with a lot more reasons to justify it now.
JT, we're going to be speaking on our program at a little after 4 o'clock to Ed Harrison about gold, but you mentioned the dollar potentially acting as a safe haven. We've seen the opposite from gold over the past few weeks. Why is that?
That's actually a very intriguing question, and I love to answer it because the gold, we do know that retail investors did get very active in participating in that market, particularly in December and January, which was responsible for the massive chunks of move you saw then. FX markets to this date have still been the most macro fundamentally driven market, untouched by retail investors or speculative moves as much. That's why FX markets to me have been the most macro moving markets in all of this, which is, I think, is a very good sign for me to make sense of when things are moving, when things look too stretched.
You mean a better indicator of what's going on?
Yes, because the move in gold did have retail investor participation, the euphoria, the momentum, the FOMO trades at some times, but that was never seen in FX.
She's saying the smart money goes to FX. That's what she's saying.
Well, it is.
Don't repeat that in front of a gold analyst.
No, but it's such a massive market, right? It can tell you so much about the different trades. Such good stuff. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. JT Bardwaj, she is head of FX strategy over at TD Securities, joining us right here in studio. Have a good week, safe week. You will. All right, when we come back.
Stocks on the move. Alex Semenova is joining us. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we're coming up on the last hour of trading. Carol Masser, Tim Stenovec live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City, bouncing around here, but still up about 1.6% on the S&P 500, up 106 points. Dow also up about 1.9%. NASDAQ 100 up almost 390 points for a gain of about 1.6%. You mentioned earlier, you look at the S&P, and it's some pretty broad-based buying because we have most names in that average. More than 500 are higher, so almost everything is up on the day.
Oil, not up.
No.
Brent down, under $100 a barrel, down 12% right now. WTI down 11%. That's under $90 a barrel. 87.53. Still, both of those up more than 50% so far this year. And as we just heard from JT Bardwaj over at TD Securities, she says there could be a permanent risk premia on oil. And when I pushed, she said, well, maybe not permanent forever, but for the next few years, like not a floor of $60 a barrel anymore, but maybe a floor of $80 a barrel.
Totally makes sense if you think of some of the devastation and what's been destroyed over in the Middle East. I heard something on surveillance this morning that was talking anything about Qatar and their LNG, and that 30% of their operations have been destroyed, and that is like a 3 to 5 year fix. It's not something you fix overnight. So if you think about that, there is going to be some longer term, but I think it's also something the markets will be able to price through and just understand it's going to be some disruption for a while, and will will really impact, if you think about the European region, Asia in particular,
Way more
who
so
gets
than
so
the
much.
US, yeah.
Exactly. So, all right, stuff we're watching.
Okay, well, from the commodities markets to the equities markets we go. I'm Tim Stanovic along with Carol Massar. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We're joined by Bloomberg News equities reporter Alexandra Semenova. Alex, please tell me you brought something that wasn't in the green today, because
I do.
I have to prepare for my decliners later.
The company I'm going to start with, though, is in the green today.
Okay.
I know it's been hard to focus on anything beyond the macro story, but a lot of idiosyncratic stories underneath the surface, and one of them that everyone's talking about is Synopsys, activist investment management firm Elliott Investments. It made a multi-billion-dollar investment in Synopsys, the chip design software maker. It plans to push for changes at the company, as it does with most of its activist stakes. Elliott managing partner Jesse Cohn actually said in an emailed statement that he sees a lot of potential with this company. It is essential to the global chip industry. He said that changes in chip complexity and investment make Synopsys uniquely positioned to benefit from this. However, they think that they could do much better, clearly, given this investment. They say we look forward to engaging with the company to help align operational execution, profitability, and monetization with its potential importance in the semiconductor ecosystem. And Elliott's activist campaigns have generally gotten a positive reaction from investors. They tend to push for shareholder value, profitability, and just general improvements at the company.
Yeah. They're a pretty good activist, right?
Yes.
In terms of bringing about change. It's fascinating. Look at Synopsys over the last couple of years with everything that's going on in the semiconductor space. It's really struggled. I mean, it's down a little bit each year, but you compare it with some of the other names in the space, they've really had a tough time.
Yeah, perhaps this could mark the much needed reversal that they need.
All right, so let's go to, I love these next two names. These are definitely two gainers. And actually, Tim was like, you got to do these as gainers. Take it away.
Super interesting to see DraftKings and Flutter up today. They are taking off after the Wall Street Journal reported that U.S. senators are set to introduce a bipartisan bill to ban sports bets on prediction markets, which obviously have been taking off. These companies have struggled exactly as people move to websites like Kalshi and Polymarket. The bill pertains to entities regulated by the CFTC, including those exchanges like Kalshi and Polymarket. This is according to that Wall Street Journal report. And they could now be blocked from listing sports events contracts, which is a good thing for DraftKings and Flutter, given the fact that they've struggled with competitions. There was that big Bloomberg story about during the Super Bowl, everyone just gravitated toward Kalshi and Polymarket.
Well, I asked Tariq Mansour about this last week because maybe there could be a scenario where they can't do the sports predictions on the prediction markets, and he didn't really answer the question about whether they would narrow their business if that would become a possibility. I think the big thing to keep in mind for these prediction markets is that in some cases it's 90% of what they're doing.
That's why I said what's left then for them, right?
What is it going to mean for them?
Even though from our perspective there's a lot of interest around, okay, what's inflation going to, what's the inflation print going to be? What's the Fed going to do?
But do you make money? Do you make enough money off of it, right?
That everyone's just leaning in on.
Activity is.
God, but man, we're just talking about prediction markets though and their impact on so much lately. All right, let's get to MasterCard.
Yeah, here is a stock that is not doing so well today. It was hit with a multi-million dollar bill after a Brazilian bank collapse. Basically, the issue was that the payment network behind cards issued by the fintech arm collapsed, and when the bank failed, cardholders still had billions of dollars in outstanding charges, and MasterCard was forced to pay this off. It stepped in to pay retailers, covering about half of those transactions, and now it is going to the liquidator to make sure to get that money back.
But the stock's up?
Is it up?
It's up now.
It was
this is
down
what
when I
happens.
looked
This
at
is what happens on a day where everyone's buying
crazy
everything.
markets.
Close to 2%.
No, wow.
That's what I mean. This is why it's hard for me to find decliners today, Carol.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Why don't we just?
I always get hit like that. I'm like, I pick gainers, and then they're like,
and then they turn around.
And then they're
you look at
decliners.
them, and they're just going in the other direction.
Alexandra Semenova, Bloomberg News
you, guys.
equities reporters. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast anywhere you get your podcasts.
Coming up on TV, The Close. Stick around, though. Bloomberg Business Week Daily continuing right here on Bloomberg Radio.
is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump says his ultimatum for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face strikes on its power plants is postponed amid good and productive peace talks.
So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal, too.
Iranian state media deny any talks. CBS's Aaron Navarro has more.
He did not tell reporters, despite them asking, who exactly the U.S. is talking to in Iran, though he did convey it is not the current Iranian Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. We do know that President Trump said that talks will continue today, that it is Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner leading those, as they have for many of the foreign conflicts for President Trump in the Middle East.
2 pilots are dead and dozens of others on an Air Canada plane injured when it collided with a fire truck late last night at LaGuardia Airport. Law enforcement sources tell CBS News that a flight attendant strapped to her seat fell through an opening in the severed aircraft and has serious but non-life-threatening injuries. CBS's Tom Hansen also reports.
One of the central parts of this investigation is definitely going to fall on air traffic control. Who was manning the towers? How many people were manning the towers? Were they overwhelmed or were they sufficiently staffed?
National Transportation Safety Board investigators are now on the scene, and LaGuardia has reopened with 1 runway. You'll see some new faces as you head to one of the more than a dozen airports experiencing long lines at TSA security checkpoints due to the partial government shutdown. CBS News Philadelphia reporter Justin Udo.
The partial government shutdown means many federal workers are not being paid. Among them are TSA officers. That's led to many of them calling out sick or even quitting. To help keep the security checkpoint lines from building up and to keep wait times down, it's being said that ICE agents will step into those TSA roles. Reginald Gibson flew out of PHL International Monday morning after a weekend trip to Philadelphia from Tennessee for the NCAA basketball tournament. He says he'll take longer wait times in line instead of dealing with ICE agents.
I think it's a shame. I don't think ICE is the right organization to bring in to interact with the public.
I'm Justin Udo for CBS News at Philadelphia International Airport.
Hawaii is in the grips of some of the worst flooding to hit the state in decades. Over the weekend, some areas saw more than a foot of rain. CBS's Carter Evans.
On the North Shore of Oahu, members of the National Guard trudged into waist-deep water to help stranded drivers trapped by severe flooding. Nearly 200 people have been rescued from homes and cars across the state.
On Wall Street, stocks are up and oil is down. This is CBS News. Now to a story of some stinky food in Los Angeles.
A Taiwanese restaurant in Southern California is taking an odoriferous dish off the menu after neighbors filed complaints with the city. They say the stinky tofu served in a strip mall in San Gabriel was an assault on their nasal passages. City officials ordered the Golden Leaf to install an expensive filtration system or stop serving cho tofu for good. The restaurant's owner tells the LA Times it's a cherished taste of home and a source of cultural pride. It's made with deep-fried tofu squares with a crispy outside and a spongy center and a flavor and smell that can run into stinky blue cheese territory. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
According to studio estimates, Project Hail Mary has topped the North American box office charts with $80.5 million in ticket sales. It's the biggest opening for the studio and the second biggest ever for a non-franchise film behind only Oppenheimer. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. We are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Monday. Carol Masser, Tim Stenivek, live in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Just bringing up my market boards on the Bloomberg S&P 500. We've been bouncing around. We're off our best and worst levels, but green across the screen, 1.6% higher on the S&P 500, a gain of about 105 points. Most names in that index, more than 400, are higher today, so broad-based buying. And, of course, you've got the NASDAQ 100 also higher by 1.6%, 387 points up on the day so far. It all has to do with President Trump backing off of plans to go after more targets, specifically energy targets and energy infrastructure in Iran, giving them what now, 5 days?
Yeah.
From an earlier deadline that I think would have been tonight. And so we've seen some ease in the markets. We've seen crude oil back off, but we'll see. Still a lot of questions about what's actually happening behind the scenes when it comes to U.S. and Iran and negotiations maybe towards a ceasefire.
The president also making lots of comments today, both on Truth Social, also calling up different members of the financial press earlier in the day today. It kind of speaks to, I think, what he wanted, who he wanted to hear his message, which certainly was markets, no question.
It was kind of interesting,
It was really interesting. We're going to bring you any additional comments the president does make as he travels around Memphis, Tennessee. In the meantime, a big story on our radar today, too, has to do with what happened at LaGuardia late yesterday, the harrowing final moments in that fatal crash, what we know about what led to the collision. We're going to be joined by our chief correspondent for global aviation. We're also going to bring you comments from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. He's scheduled to speak in just about 8 minutes.
All right. Also, is it the canary in the coal mine? Gold close to a bear market despite the risk-off tone that we've seen over the last few weeks. We've talked a lot about the unusual gold trade because it's backed off recently since this war has started after a tremendous run, certainly last year. So we're going to get into it all with the author of the Everything Risk newsletter will be joining us.
Also, prediction markets and insider trading. Axios out with a new report that Kalshi plans to block athletes and others from betting on their own sports, and also a move around political candidates, too. Polymarket also making news with moves on insider trading. We're going to have more from Elliot Stein on our Bloomberg intelligence team. He's senior litigation analyst. It's a fast-moving story. It's a fast-moving market.
I want to say it's prediction markets world and we're just living in it, but I wouldn't go that far because I think there's so many questions and we're all trying to figure it out and waiting for maybe regulators to increasingly weigh in on it. All right, let's get, though, Amy Morris. She'll weigh in on the trade at this hour. We have just under... just about 15 minutes to go. Amy Morris, take it away.
Secretary Chris Wright, you may recall, downplayed the impact of the war with Iran and what it's having on energy markets. He says prices have not risen enough to trigger any meaningful demand destruction. Wright says the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz will be temporary, and he noted that the Trump administration has taken steps like lifting some sanctions to help boost available crude supplies. Now, WTI right now about 11% lower at $87 per barrel. Brent crude approaching 12% lower, around $99 per barrel. We do check those markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 1.6%, NASDAQ up 1.8%, the Dow up 1.8%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.32% and the 2-year yield at 3.82%. Bitcoin is now more than 4% higher, right at $71,000. Chevron CEO Mike Wirth says the current market is uncertain, unpredictable, and volatile.
Market opened up, I guess, last night in Asia, with some anxiety that things in the Middle East looked like they were going to escalate. The president came out with a message saying, no, we're going to remove this deadline that he imposed announced over the weekend, and the market traded off. The fundamentals are very tight out there.
Chevron CEO Mike Wirth spoke at a CERAWeek panel in Houston. The U.S. doubled down on its criticism of the European Union's rules to curb methane emissions from its oil and gas imports, saying the supply crunch caused by Iran's attacks on Qatari facilities means the bloc can't afford to be too strict. LaGuardia Airport has reopened after it was closed for much of today because of a collision between an Air Canada Express plane and a fire truck, killing the two pilots. Expect delays or cancellations. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec.
All right, got it. Amy, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. It is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation and tariffs and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k, tax and penalty free, just head to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That is goldencrestmetals.com/guide.
Well, oil fell sharply today, posting one of the biggest intraday price swings on record after President Trump postponed strikes on Iranian power plants and said his team held discussions about ending the conflict, though Tehran denied any such dialogue. Let's go to Simon Casey. He's been following the swings. He's Bloomberg News managing editor for Energy and Commodities Americas. He joins us from CERAWeek in Houston. It's among the largest energy conferences in the world. Simon, welcome. First, the moves today. What a time for CERAWeek to take place. I mean, this is probably a historic conference. Is that all anyone is talking about, the war and the impact on energy markets?
Well, there are two levels of the conference, if you like. They're the presentations. You can hear one right behind me. The conversations are about Iran, but they're also about energy more generally. There are lots of elements of this conference behind the scenes, away from the podium. That's really all anybody, wants to talk about at the moment. It's extraordinary volatility, as you say, and uncertainty. And we've seen these massive price moves today, and it's still not clear when the Strait of Hormuz will reopen to regular tanker traffic.
You know, one of the things we think about too, Simon, is just how much, major executives, major companies are kind of looking through the war, even though we are not quite sure what the timeline still is and which headlines to basically believe. But having said that, there is disruption in the region. We know that. We've talked a lot about Qatar and their LNG, and that's going to take 3 to 5 years to rebuild. So is there some understanding that we're going to have a different floor perhaps under energy markets for a while just because of the build back?
I think that's quite right. It's a very important point, and I think we heard, for example, from Mike Wirth earlier, saying that in many respects he doesn't see the futures market, the oil futures market, fully pricing in the physical disruption we've seen. What we're also starting to hear from some executives here is that this disruption will last a long time. In some senses, it might even be kind of permanent. We saw that dramatic attack last week on Qatari facilities. The Qatar Energy said that damage could take up to 5 years to repair. And even sort of beyond that, we've now seen something that has never happened before, which is the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And so henceforth, going into the future, that's always going to be a possibility. Previously, it was always theoretical. Now we know it can be done. And it's always going to be a threat that hangs over the region, possibly to some degree, unless we see radical change in Iran.
Why is that such a difficult, and look, this is literally the $1 trillion question, but why is that such a difficult waterway, given the value of what moves through it, given the power of the militaries that want to see safe passage for ships? Why is it so difficult to control that waterway, to make it safe?
It's a hostage to geography. If you look at the topography, if you look at the Iranian coastline, the proximity, the narrowness of the strait and the proximity of Iran to that waterway, it's effectively at the mercy of Iran. And absent, as I say, a complete political change in Iran, ultimately Iran's got the say here. It has the leverage. And until it backs down or agrees to no longer interfere and try and control traffic through the strait, the options are limited. And that's why we are seeing speculation about U.S. military action, boots on the ground. And this is deep concern to the energy industry because it has, as I say, torn up the rule book. Beforehand, this was just a theoretical idea that perhaps this could happen. It is now happening, and we are seeing history in real time.
Well, on that, Simon, speaking of history in real time, CBS reporting just about a half hour ago that some U.S. officials estimate that at least a dozen Iranian mines are situated underwater through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this is according to CBS. The organization cites another U.S. official as saying the count was less than a dozen. I imagine that makes it more difficult if there were some agreement reached to actually just open it right up.
Yes. Well, that's right. It's not going to be immediate. Even if it happens later today and both sides, say, reach a deal, it's going to be weeks at least before things could maybe resume some sort of normality. As you say, if those mines really are there, there's got to be a demining exercise. There's got to be some guarantees for ship owners. Look, we have scores of tankers in the Persian Gulf not moving through. And, there's been concern that they can't get insurance. The reality is they can get insurance. What's happening is the ship owners are choosing not to take the risk at all. The risk of attack is real, and we've seen multiple attacks since the beginning of this war.
I love you had a story out basically tracking what's going on at CERAWeek, and you mentioned Dan Yergin, who's so well known, of course, to the energy industry and obviously key at this event. But something he said, I guess, last week, that the first act was the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now we're in Act 2 of the return of energy security. And I do think about Simon, or how should we be thinking about, we as someone who covers the energy markets, you too, and then I think about the investing audience, that are we once again now thinking that each country has to be thinking about their energy security and what that means in terms of their own domestic production or their alliances, because these are two big events that have certainly roiled the energy markets over the last few years.
Absolutely right. I mean, Dan said that in the context of, we've called this before the energy trilemma in previous years here at CERAWeek in Houston, which is this idea there are three sort of considerations. There's the energy transition. How do we get to a cleaner future? Then there's affordability. How do we make energy cheap and plentiful for people around the world? And then there's energy security. And how do you juggle these three things? During COVID, that seemed like a good way of looking at the market. Certainly since the invasion of Ukraine, and now, as of the last few weeks, energy security trumps everything. You've got to keep the lights on. And what we've seen recently, I think, is driving conversations right now, probably in every government, literally around the world, to varying degrees. How do we ensure that we are not exposed by any big future geopolitical upheaval?
Yeah, and just as we think about just 2026 alone with Venezuela and then now this, it's hard not to kind of focus on that. Hey, Simon, just one last question. This is several days where it's all about the global energy markets. What are you listening out for? What are you maybe looking forward to? Is there a speaker or individual in particular that you think is key and certainly someone that we should pay attention to?
Well, we have a lot of other CEOs coming up. It's a long list of. We're hearing from the CEO of Shell, for example, later on. We've got other interviews here on Bloomberg television. One thing I would say as well, as much as Iran dominates, you just mentioned Venezuela there, we're going to hear from various people on Venezuela over the next few days. That's a huge interest to the energy market, particularly as it promises potentially greater supply in the next few years. And the other big theme here, which is almost getting kind of lost here today, but it hasn't gone away either, is the challenge of powering the AI boom. A lot of discussion here, a lot of really sort of quite involved debate about the complicated challenges there. So that's going to play out through the rest of this week here in Houston.
You did exactly what we were hoping you would do, Simon. Thank you so much. I know it's busy for you, but we were glad we could check in with you. He is our Simon Casey. He's Bloomberg News Managing Editor for Energy and Commodities Americas out there at CERAWeek in Houston. We'll be continuing to track his and the team's efforts throughout the week, and also all of those energy CEOs and what they have to say.
We're also keeping an eye on what's happening at LaGuardia Airport. We expect Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, to speak in just a few minutes. We'll bring you those comments as he does start to speak. He was scheduled for 3:15. We are going to check, too, on the latest out there. Before that, though, let's bring in Amy Morris as we do get close to 40 minutes from the close of equity trading. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim. Sources tell Bloomberg President Trump's decision to postpone the deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz was aimed in part at calming the energy and financial markets, and it also followed some private warnings from U.S. allies that the war is spiraling into disaster. Gulf countries have urged the president to not destroy Iranian infrastructure that will be crucial to keeping it from becoming a failed state after the conflict is over. That move did lower oil prices and sparked equities. WTI closing in on $88 per barrel, Brent crude nearing $99 per barrel. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.5%, NASDAQ up 1.7%, the Dow up about 1.75%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.33% and the 2-year yield at 3.82%. Bitcoin now about 4% higher, just shy of $71,000. And LaGuardia Airport has reopened now. It's been closed for much of today because of a collision between an Air Canada Express plane and a fire truck, which killed the 2 pilots. Expect delays and or cancellations to linger. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck.
Thanks so much for that update, Amy. Do appreciate it. Once again, we are keeping an eye on what's happening at LaGuardia Airport right now. Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, is expected to make comments, Carol. He was scheduled to speak at 3:15 Wall Street time. When he does start to speak, we will bring you those comments.
Yeah, there's actually, I believe, a live shot of as we await for the Transportation Secretary. So as soon as he does step up and make some comments, we will certainly take you there. As you know, I'm assuming you know, an Air Canada Express plane with 76 people, though, did collide with a fire truck shortly after landing at New York's LaGuardia Airport. That was late Sunday. They did result in the killing of the 2 pilots. Now, the disruptions to today's flight schedules were compounded by a temporary halt to operations at Newark, another of New York's hubs. We know that Newark, I believe, and LaGuardia are both reopened.
Yeah, LaGuardia has reopened. That happened around 2 o'clock Eastern time today. The airport did say expect delays. For more, I want to bring in Sid Filla, Bloomberg News Chief Correspondent for Global Aviation. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. You contributed to a Bloomberg News story out, just crossed in our noon hour about the harrowing final moments in that tragedy. It has audio from air traffic control. What did we learn? What did you learn?
So we learned that this entire tragedy was basically a result of miscommunication, and essentially it was two vehicles, the plane and the fire truck, being on the runway at the same time, which is terrible for the aviation industry. I mean, essentially, because a plane's landing at such high speed, there is no room for error. And the fire truck collided with the plane, and it was over 100 miles per hour. And so at those speeds, I mean, we've seen the photos of the aftermath with the front end of the plane practically demolished, and essentially it is sort of horrifying, those images that we see. But that sort of really shows the pressure that air traffic controllers are under. The air traffic controllers were also trying to deal with the situation with a United Airlines plane that was reporting smoke, and so essentially the fire truck was on its way to sort of resolve that issue. And essentially when things sort of snowball, it sort of makes a big impact.
When I first read this story in the noon hour, I turned to Carol in our newsroom and I said, aren't there policies in place, procedures in place, protections in place to cross an active runway where planes are taking off and landing? And I know accidents happen, but and emergencies happen, but you see the illustration in your story, you read about what happened, and you ask yourself, how does something like this still happen?
Exactly. I mean, we heard the audio of the air traffic controller saying stop to the fire truck, but it was too late. And then the next we hear from him is that we understand that the plane had collided. And essentially that was sort of, all it takes is a couple of seconds for something to go catastrophically wrong in the aviation industry. And this is what happened, where a fire truck that shouldn't have been let onto the runway was let onto the runway, and it was sort of tragic.
So when there's a quote, I messed up. So the messed up is that fire truck should never have been there in the first. I guess timing is so crucial, but you also have a plane landing that's moving very fast.
Exactly. So you have a plane landing that's moving really fast. You have a fire truck that's trying to respond to a situation.
Right.
You're trying to prioritize one over the other, and essentially you give the fire truck clearance to cross the runway. And then you also have a plane that's coming in just as the runway is being blocked by this fire truck. And I mean, 2 seconds either way, and it would have been a near miss.
Sid, and devil's advocate, because I can only imagine, and a lot of folks are under strain. We talk about these airports, the New York Metro, how much traffic, and just a lot of other issues. But I do wonder, this is what they're supposed to do, right? Is to be able to manage those runways and make sure. And that's why planes go around an extra time if need be. So how do investigators kind of, and I guess we'll wait to hear what the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, has to say, but these are questions that have to be asked.
Absolutely, and we'll also have to see what the NTSB, which is investigating this accident, says about it, because that would also be crucial in terms of unlocking what really went wrong in the decision-making process that allowed these two vehicles to be on the runway at the same time.
You know, Sid, it brings to mind another story that you worked on reminded me of this. It's the third major commercial aviation accident on U.S. soil in just 15 months. There was the American Airlines regional jet that collided with the military helicopter near Washington last year. And in the wake of that tragedy, we spoke to you a lot about the shortage of air traffic controllers. And there was a big campaign over the summer from the Transportation Secretary to get more air traffic controllers. You and the team wrote a lot about what it takes to train and where these schools are. What is the status of that right now? Because immediately my head goes to, are these folks still overworked? Are they still tired? Are they able to do their jobs fully?
Are they newer agents who don't know how to deal with all this stuff?
So we'll obviously be asking the NTSB those questions, especially in the light of was the tower over understaffed at that point of time? Was there, because I mean, there's also the cascading effects of delays because of TSA lines in other airports. And so we'll have to see.
Does that affect, so make that connection for us, because we had this conversation on our call this morning. Are these things related?
So we're looking to see if the flights are departing late because passengers can't get through security quick enough. And as a result, it sort of leads to the flight leaving later. But we don't know yet. We'll have to see what the NTSB talks about. But that's one of the stuff that we
I know you're thinking this, Carol. Overcrowding, and it's the same question that we had in the wake of the tragedy in Washington D.C. and DCA. The stats about LaGuardia are remarkable. I mean, hundreds of takeoffs and landings every single day. It's a very concentrated area. Sort of shares airspace with JFK, with Newark, with Teterboro and others. Westchester County. A lot of planes moving into this area. Are the skies overcrowded?
I mean, it is. There have obviously been more aviation. There's more aviation movement happening in the New York area. But I mean, the FAA has to determine what is a safe level and what is an acceptable level of flights. I mean, the LaGuardia airport is also constrained because they have two intersecting runways, which makes operations that much more challenging. They don't have two separate runways.
Did I also hear, I know there's Tom on surveillance or something, that it's also shorter runways, so there's less room to kind of play with here.
Exactly. I mean, it's surrounded by water on three sides, and so it's a very difficult airport to operate into. You're obviously sharing the airspace with JFK, you're sharing the airspace with other New York City regions, and so obviously it's a very difficult operation.
Is Sunday night typically a busy time for these airports?
Usually not. Sunday night is usually when things start slowing down, especially at LaGuardia, where flights tend to shut down after midnight and essentially restart in the morning. So LaGuardia is typically an airport that sort of slows down near midnight, but then there was a bit of rain in New York City yesterday. We're looking to see what the impact of the delays were, why that flight was so delayed, and essentially what.
We're getting ready to hear from Sean Duffy, Transportation Secretary. He's expected to speak at LaGuardia Airport. We'll bring you his comments when he does start to speak. In the meantime, we're speaking with Sid Phillip, Chief Correspondent for Global Aviation for Bloomberg News. These investigations take a very long time. You're used to waiting sometimes months, even several years for the final determinant from investigators. Is that the same for something like this? Like, are we going to hear anything from Sean Duffy today that perhaps could be new information about the cause of this?
It's unlikely that they'll have very detailed information. They may have sort of the broad facts in terms of what really went on, but in terms of why those issues happened, that's unlikely to be determined now. It's likely to be determined by the NTSB during the investigations, which could typically we get a preliminary report after a month, and then we get a final report after many months or possibly a year.
I want to go back to the air traffic controllers, because we have talked about the shortage, and I just think, I mean, are they continuing to operate in a very stressful, I mean, it's a stressful job to begin with, but is it even where they're still down the amount of people they really need, Sid, and so it's not a great setup to begin with?
So they are, I mean, at the moment, there obviously is there was a shortage of controllers, there is a shortage of controllers, and it takes a considerable period of time, a matter of years, for a controller to be fully qualified and get onto the job. So even if you started recruiting staff last year, they're not going to be fully qualified to actually take over that task and actually staff those air traffic control towers until they are sort of fully qualified. So it's a very long process to get qualified. And so even if you ramp up staffing, you're not going to see immediate results. And that's it's a very long haul in terms of investing in air traffic controller training and expecting that to eventually translate into safety.
We're seeing some images of Mayor Zoran Mamdani arriving at LaGuardia right now as we do await this press conference from Sean Duffy. We'll bring that conference to you live. Once again, the mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani, making his way to the area of the press conference.
We're talking with Sid Phillip, our chief correspondent, Global Aviation at Bloomberg News. We will take you to the event as soon as they step up to the podium and begin speaking. So just kind of awaiting that moment. Sid, just top of mind, what you're going to be listening out for.
We'll be looking for any sort of clues on really what went wrong, how this incident took place, what the communication breakdown was, and essentially if there are any more stats on the number of people injured, the number of people, the fatalities, and if there's any more information on the sort of recovery process and the resumption of normal operations.
Let's head now to LaGuardia Airport, where we're hearing Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
Brian Bedford, Port Authority Executive Director Catherine Garcia, Governor Kathy Hochul, and Mayor Mamdani, all here with us. Each is going to speak in regard to this press conference. When this is over, we'll take your questions, but just want to give you a caveat. There may be a lot of questions about a lot of issues. We are here to talk about what happened last night at LaGuardia. So if you have other questions, please don't ask them. That's a different press conference for a different time. So moments ago, I had a chance to speak to President Trump after he finished his press conference in Memphis. Also spoke with the Transport Minister of Canada, Stephen McKinnon. And again, our two teams work very closely together. I want to take a moment and just walk through the facts again of what happened. There was a CJR 900 from Montreal here to LaGuardia, operated by Air Canada Express and by Jazz. It collided with the Port Authority fire truck at approximately 11:45 p.m. last night. There were 72 passengers on the plane and 4 crew. Approximately 40 people were sent to the hospital after the crash. Several have also been released. As has been reported, the 2 pilots of the aircraft passed away in the crash last night. I do want to note that we send our deepest condolences to their families as they're going through, no doubt, a grieving process. There were 2 individuals in the fire truck. They too were sent to the hospital after the crash. Now, there's going to be a lot of questions, I know, about what do we know at this time. And what we are going to do is give you the information that we can. We all have respect for the NTSB. The NTSB goes through a thorough investigation. And we are conscious about the information and the facts that we give you because we want that information to be accurate. There's some information that we hold back that the NTSB has that we allow them to do the investigation, and it takes months, sometimes up to a year before we get the findings of that investigation. But NTSB is on the ground at the airport. The FAA is on the ground. Over 10 people from the FAA are here, as well as Transport Canada is sending a team to LaGuardia as well. Our 2 countries work very well together. There's a well-worn path where we collaborate together when there's aviation crashes in either of our countries. The administrator and I were at the crash site earlier today, which is easily visible from the airport, and it's incredibly sad. It's troubling, and I just want to let America know that we are working our hearts off to make sure that when people travel, whether by rail or car or by air, that they travel safely. And we put in precautions and policies to make sure that you are safe when you travel. When I was at the crash site, it was just a reminder that when you're traveling by air, you should wear your seatbelt. If you see the videos of the air crash, wear your seatbelt when you're on the airplane. Also, in a car, wear a seatbelt. As you see from last night, they do save lives. I'd also note that as of now, LaGuardia is open. There is a reduced capacity because the aircraft and the fire truck are still in their positions from last night. So we are going to have reduced capacity for some time, but the airport is operational. Again, we'll come back and take your questions, but at this time I want to turn it over to the FAA Administrator, Brian Bedford.
Thank you, Secretary Duffy. Again, I want to extend my deepest sympathies on behalf of the 44,000 men and women of the Federal Aviation Administration. We take our responsibilities quite seriously, managing the safety of the air traffic control system in the national airspace. So we're deeply, deeply moved by the tragedy of last night. Been in contact with the leadership teams of both Air Canada and Air Canada Jazz to express our sympathies, as well as my peer at Transport Canada. And of course, we are a supporting agency in the investigation now. The National Transportation Safety Board is running the investigation. So there are few facts we're going to be able to share with you today. What I can share with you, of course, the weather conditions last night were moderate winds out of 050 at 7 knots. We had broken ceilings at 9,000 feet. Visibility roughly 4 miles in raining conditions, so there was mist and fog here at the LaGuardia Airport last night. We had a situation with the United Airlines aircraft that had experienced an aborted takeoff. This is the reason why the fire and rescue crew had been deployed. Of course, the Air Canada flight was arriving on runway 4 when the incident took place at the Delta intersection. Again, I want to extend my sympathies to the families of the two pilots. These were two young men at the start of their careers, so it's an absolute tragedy, that we're sitting here, with their loss. So my heart really goes out to the families for sure. But we are committed to a full, transparent investigation. We will support the NTSB in any way possible. And again, we look forward to being able to take concrete actions to ensure something like this will never happen again. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Catherine Garcia, Executive Director of the Port Authority, and I want to add our voice to those that you've heard before and share our deepest sympathies with the family who passed away last night. The Port Authority takes great pride in being able to work with all of our partners to deliver safety for the flying public. And it has been over 34 years since we had an incident with a death at the airport. As the Secretary said, at approximately 11:40 last night, Air Canada Flight 8646, operated by Jazz Aviation, collided with the Port Authority aircraft rescue and firefighter vehicle on runway 4. The ARC vehicle carried Sergeant Orselio and Officer Baez. Both were taken to New York Presbyterian Hospital. We expect one to be released later this afternoon and the other to be kept overnight for observation. And in accordance with our emergency plan, our mutual aid partners, the Fire Department of New York and the New York Police Department, immediately responded. They transferred over 43 people to the hospital during the evening. They have been released at this time. At approximately 5:30 this morning, the airport reopened for passengers, and our first flight, a Delta flight, left about a minute after 2 this afternoon. Again, I want to share my deepest sympathies with the families. This could have been an even broader tragedy if everyone had not responded as quickly and effectively as they did. Thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to the governor, New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
Thank you, Catherine. While the facts of what happened last night at 11:45 p.m. were well known, yes, it was an aviation disaster, the likes of which we have not seen here in over 3 decades. But it's a deeply human story where 2 young pilots left their homes expecting to return to their families, and they will not. And this is what pains everyone here in the state of New York. I've conveyed our condolences to the Canadian government. I have walked the halls and gone up to Port Authority personnel and police, telling them how grateful we are that they put their lives out there every single day to make sure our traveling public is safe. So to the entire Port Authority and LaGuardia family, I want you to know we are very cognizant of the traumatizing impact this has on you and indeed your own families. So I want to first convey my gratitude to all of you and sympathies to those who have had their lives shattered as a result of this and those who have sustained injuries. It's not what you expect when you get on an airplane. But also, I want to offer the full cooperation of New York State with the investigation. I'm grateful also to Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bedford for coming right here on this day. It's important to have your presence, to know that this will be addressed at the highest levels, and also support from the mayor, who represents many of the people who work here as I do. And Catherine Garcia, up until a short time ago, she was my top state operations officer in charge of every disaster, every crisis that has befallen the state of New York in the last 4 years. So she is a top consummate professional, and I have great confidence in her ability as well. So let me close with this. Let's acknowledge the tremendous stress, particularly in recent days, that our airline workers are under. And as we come through here, know that this is an ecosystem which is not self-sustaining. There are countless individuals who step up every day willing to do the hard work to make sure we're safe. And in my judgment, they all deserve gratitude, not just on this day, but as I often do walking through airports, just saying thank you with a heart full of gratitude for what they do to make our lives safer and better. Thank you. Mayor Zoran Mandami.
Good afternoon. I want to begin by echoing the words that have been shared before me, and also by thanking our partners in city, state, and federal government who are here today. As has been shared, late last night, a Jazz Aviation flight operating on behalf of Air Canada struck a Port Authority aircraft rescue and firefighting vehicle on runway 4 at LaGuardia Airport. Both pilots of the aircraft were killed in the crash. And I echo the words of the governor and those who spoke before in sending our deepest condolences to the families and to the many who are mourning their loss. I am grateful for the work of dedicated first responders, including the men and women from the NYPD, the FDNY, and NISM, who arrived on the scene within minutes, treated injuries, and handled a chaotic scene with incredible professionalism and poise. I also thank those who were thrust into a frightening accident and reacted not only with composure, but by extending a hand to the person next to them. Passengers who opened the emergency door and helped one another off the plane. People who kept one another calm. And I know that this crash has shaken New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, whether they are traveling today or simply watching from home, especially since it's the first fatal crash at LaGuardia in more than 30 years. I want New Yorkers to know that the National Transportation Safety Board is investigating the cause of this accident, and that we will not rest until the conclusion of that investigation. We have been coordinating closely with our partners across government since late last night, and we will continue to do so. Air Canada has set up a hotline for families and friends of the flight's passengers, and I encourage those who are worried about their loved ones to call. That number is 1-800-961-7099. While LaGuardia was closed since the accident until 2 p.m. today, it has since reopened. I want to thank the many New Yorkers and visitors who had their travel plans impacted for their patience and their understanding, as well as those who work here at LaGuardia and the Port Authority for how they have not only responded to this accident, but the work that they do each and every day. As we continue to learn information, we will share it with you. And in the meantime, let us keep those who died in our thoughts and continue to hope for a quick recovery for those who are injured. Thank you.
So just a couple of additional comments before we take your questions. I just want to make a note that when these incidents happen, you see politics fade away and people work together. And that's why you have people with very different political views coming together, standing together to respond together to an incident like this. Number one. Number two, I know that Jennifer Hamady and the NTSB is going to do a press conference later today with some initial findings that that they'll have with this crash. I want to make another point. You know, I've been asking the Congress for additional money. Many of you have reported that we need more money for air traffic control. We are modernizing our system, but we can't fully modernize it until the Congress gives us additional money. It's not a partisan issue. Both Democrats and Republicans agree, but they have to have the will to finish the funding. I'm not saying that this crash would have been prevented if we had all of the equipment deployed, but it's important if we care about air travel safety. We care about having a brand new air traffic control system, the best in the world with the best equipment, virtually all of it developed here in America. Before you ask me a question about our staffing for air traffic controllers, I'll just give you an update on how LaGuardia operates. I'm not going to talk about specifics, but this airport has a target of 37 controllers at LaGuardia. We have 33 controllers employed, certified at LaGuardia, and we have seven actually that are in training. So as our airports go, LaGuardia is a very well-staffed airport. We're a couple controllers short in total, but it is a well-staffed airport. Again, 33 certified controllers that operate out of the tower here at LaGuardia. With that, we are happy to take any of your questions that are specific to what happened last night. Go ahead.
All right, everybody, you are listening to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy taking questions from reporters. Let's head back there to LaGuardia.
We have a very good relationship with the NTSB. We have information. We don't put that information out. We allow the NTSB to gather the information, double, triple check it, and it goes into their report. So I'm not going to give the data on that. Again, that's an arrangement we have with the NTSB, letting them actually do their investigation. And so that's not for us to tell you. That'll be for the NTSB at the appropriate time. Well, it's troubling that we had an aircraft hit a fire truck. I mean, that's troubling. Full stop. Go ahead. So the question is, should the truck have stopped? And again, this goes to information that we have, but we give it to the NTSB. They analyze it and they make the judgment call on what should have happened in regard to air traffic control, trucks, and airplanes. And through that investigation, they then put out a report. So I can't give you specifics on what went wrong. That's for Jennifer Hamady and the NTSB.
All right, everybody, you've been listening to Transportation Sean Duffy there at LaGuardia Airport, giving a brief update along with some other officials, including New York Governor Kathy Hochul, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, also the Executive Director of the Port Authority, Catherine Garcia. We also did hear from FAA Administrator Brian Bedford giving an update. Not a ton of information. The Transportation Secretary said the investigation could take weeks or months. Also a headline across the Bloomberg about the airport at reduced capacity for some time, so specifically talking about LaGuardia, but also answered questions, and we apologize because the questions were very difficult to hear, although the Transportation Secretary was certainly repeating them. We're going to continue monitoring, but he did obviously get a question about staffing or addressed staffing for controllers at LaGuardia, and he did say that they were well staffed and talked specifically about 37, the target of 37 controllers at LaGuardia. He said we've got 33 employed, 7 in training. So his words saying LaGuardia is well staffed, although a couple short. So, and obviously addressing Tim that when something like this happens, of course it's troubling, and kind of said stop at that point, right? Full stop, because there's a lot still yet to be known.
We also learned the ages of not the ages, but the age range of the young pilots. They were described as young pilots at the beginning of their career. We heard comments from Governor Hochul about, and every leader who stood up there about remembering the victims and thinking about their families at this moment. I do want to bring back Sid Phillip, Chief Correspondent for Global Aviation for Bloomberg News. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. You were moving from studio to studio, so you didn't, just full disclosure to everybody, might not have gotten to hear every single part of this press conference as you were moving between studios. What did you learn new from the Secretary of Transportation?
So I think the fact that the staffing levels were not quite as bad as we expected, I mean, that does show you that they have made progress in terms of staffing. At the same time, it's the fact that obviously the NTSB will have to pore over the data and figure out what really went wrong and why the fire truck was allowed to cross the runway at a time when the plane was also approaching. That's something we'd really be looking to hear in terms of future steps and in terms of future changes for this industry. I mean, given the fact that aviation is constantly evolving and there's obviously changes. I mean, we've seen changes in DCA post that in the crash where military aircraft are now, they're separated from aircraft coming into DCA. And so we will see recommendations from the NTSB, and that will only be post the analytics of what really went wrong and why that fire truck was where it was.
You know, there's a thing, everybody makes mistakes, but you also, when you're dealing with airplanes, runways, limitations, and things that have to be very, very carefully regulated, I mean, could it just come out to being that there is nothing to really address? It was just a mistake. And I don't know, can we even go there, or can we assume that there was something where somebody didn't look and either, calculate the timing of a plane hitting a runway going 100 miles an hour and how quickly, and this, help me understand, because we all do make mistakes. You don't want to hear it for those of us who fly a lot. I don't want to hear about mistakes, but walk us through it.
I think the investigation will determine given the fire truck drivers they survived the incident, they will be vital in piecing together what happened. It'll also be imperative to understand whether warning indicators that are automatic on the runway that did tell you whether the runway is clear or not were working or not. There's loads of systems that are also work in tandem with the air traffic controllers, and that'll all be part of the analysis from the NTSB and part of the investigation. And then we will hear something in terms of what went wrong. Was it human error? Was it some mix-up? Was it also? I mean, we've seen runway collisions before. I mean, there was the Japan Airlines in Tokyo where we had the Coast Guard plane that entered the runway mistakenly and got hit by the A350 from Japan Airlines.
The press conference has ended, by the way, and the officials have walked away from the podium at LaGuardia. Sid, and I don't have Secretary Duffy's words right in front of me, but there was an element to this where he talked about this is not political. That said, we are trying to update and modernize. We don't know if modern equipment made in the U.S. would have had a difference in the outcome in this case. He was clear to say that. But is there a technology upgrade question here based on what we've seen thus far?
I mean, obviously, it's still too early to figure out what really went wrong. And, I mean, the FAA has talked about how the equipment at various U.S. airports is outdated. I mean, they've mainly talked about it from an airspace perspective in terms of airspace being affected. But then we've also seen incidences like this morning where in Newark they had to stop operations for a couple of hours because there was an elevator that had smoke, and essentially they were not sure if there was a fire or not. So there was, essentially, there is a lot of antiquated infrastructure in the U.S., and Secretary Duffy's talked about how they're working to upgrade it. I mean, the question is, one, how quickly it happens, and two, whether it addresses these various shortcomings.
Well, listen, we really appreciate you walking us through everything that we know so far. And obviously, as we heard from the Transportation Secretary, it's going to take some time to get all of the specific details. But you do think, if you know anything about aviation, like the times, they'll be able to piece this together.
Exactly.
No doubt about it, and we'll know a little bit more. But we are thinking about all of the people who were certainly impacted in the lives that were lost as a result of this. Sid, thank you so much. Sid Phillip.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Chief Correspondent, Global Aviation here at Bloomberg News, right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Just a few minutes until the close. The S&P 500 still up more than 1.3%. The NASDAQ Composite up 1.5%, as is the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
All right, we do want to talk about markets. It's been a big market day. We've definitely seen a rally coming back and more of a willingness on the part of investors to take some risks. So we want to see what our Drive to the Close guest has to say about it. Brent Schutte is with us, Chief Investment Officer at Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management. They've got about $300 billion in assets under management. And Brent is back with us from Milwaukee. Good to have you here. A lot coming at us. We appreciate your patience as we get an update on what happened at LaGuardia. Brent, you look at this market, it looked kind of dismal early and overnight. And then the president was out on Truth Social and things kind of turned around. Are you looking through the war in any way on an investment basis, or are you still feeling like we've got to wait and see here?
I think it's a combination of both. So I think from the near term, it's still a wait and see. I don't think we resolved all the different possible outcomes. And so I think this week is going to be interesting as we progress, and certainly headlines will drive the market over the next few weeks. Longer term, though, you want to look through this and you want to stay invested, obviously, and you want to stay diversified. We do have asset classes that are cheaper. I know they've been a bit more of a disappointment over the past few years, but small and mid-cap stocks, for example, I think are still well positioned in the intermediate to longer term. And that's where I think the market will eventually broaden back out from kind of the narrow market that we've had over the past few years that's been driven by AI.
Brent, forgive us because we only have about 45 seconds left with you. There's just so much breaking news. Please do come back very soon. I want you to end your thought on AI there and talk about opportunities and also pitfalls with the technology from an investment perspective.
Look, I think AI is going to end up being much like the internet, where it did transform, and the companies that benefited up front were the ones that were laying the train tracks and doing all the things to bring it to life. It then moved to a broader economy thing and a broader company thing, where small and mid-cap stocks and companies that used it actually benefited. And that's where I think there's room for both in your portfolio. So certainly have some of those AI adjacent stocks still, but think longer term about valuations and where there's actually going to be, I think, bigger upside in the future, because a lot of those areas have been depressed the past few years and investors haven't been interested. And that's where I think valuations point to those areas doing better in the next 3 to 5 years.
We owe you one. Come back soon. And it is good to get this update and remind us about some of the other investment narratives that continue beyond the war. Brent, be well. Have a good week. Brent Schutte, he's Chief Investment Officer at Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management, joining us there from Milwaukee. Do not go anywhere. Counting you down to the close on this Monday. The closing bell starts now.
Remain despite the upside swing. A breakdown of all of today's market action starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Katie Greifeld, taking you through to that closing bell. It's a global simulcast. Carol Masser, Tim Stenovic, they join us now. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, our partnership with YouTube. Another wild day, Carol Masser, on Wall Street, but it actually started before the cash session back in the futures market in the wee hours of around 7 a.m. I know you were probably still asleep here. Markets were down.
On my second cup of coffee, dogs were walked. I was reading through the Bloomberg.
Took off for a rally.
Messaging with my producers. No, you're right. It was very different overnight and certainly early on. And then, President, obviously, maybe some would say watching perhaps the markets, but we did get some commentary from the president on Truth Social, so kind of holding off, backing off on his ultimatum, if you will, to Iran. And so we've got now 5 days, so the clock is ticking, and we'll see whether or not there are talks going on. But risk on trade, guys, most names we are seeing in among the big caps, the S&P 500, they are higher today.
Most equity names higher, but look at oil. We have Brent below $100 a barrel. Katie, 99.70 right now. WTI 88.70. We had a great conversation with J.T. Bardwaj over at TD Securities a little earlier today, and she said, don't get excited so quickly here.
Right.
She sees like a real floor at $80 a barrel. She doesn't see us going back to $60 a barrel anytime soon.
We'll see. I do just want to point out gold down today 2%. Once again, this is a 9th straight day of losses for gold. That is your longest streak since October of 2023.
And just a reminder here, still no ceasefire. In fact, getting headlines right now out of Israel that the IDF is already detecting launches of missiles from Iran. So a situation that is still fluid. The Strait of Hormuz now closed for a 24th straight day. Wow. Meanwhile, investors are trying to hang their hats on optimism that yes, maybe indeed there are talks and maybe we could see a ceasefire potentially sometime this week. The Dow Jones Industrial Average adding 600 points or 1.4%. The S&P up 75 points or 1.2%. The NASDAQ Composite adding 300 points or 1.4%. And the Russell 2000, that's your outperformer, about 56 points higher or 2.3%.
All right, we are definitely living from headline to headline on this U.S. war in Iran. Back to the S&P 500. Earlier today, we had more than 400 names to the upside. Katie, still about 382 gaining ground on this Monday. 120 to the downside, one unchanged.
Well, it was a perfect score when it comes to the sector picture. 11 out of 11 sectors in the green. Haven't seen that for quite a long time. Consumer discretionary leading the pack in terms of your percentage gain, higher by about 2.5%. Materials also 1.5% higher. So too was tech. Healthcare almost spoiled the picture. Healthcare as a sector higher by 0.03%, but the color is green, Carol, so it's going to count.
Wow, kind of love that. All green. I had a lot to choose from in terms of individual gainers, so let's get to it, folks. 2 names, DraftKings and Flutter. Certainly some outperformance there in the trade. That has to do with these 2 names gaining after the Wall Street Journal reported that U.S. senators are set to introduce bipartisan legislation to ban sports bets on prediction markets. So this has certainly been giving the likes of DraftKings and Flutter kind of a run for their money. Now, the bill pertains to entities regulated by the CFTC, including prediction market exchanges Kalshi and Polymarket, according to the newspaper. As I said, these 2 names, though, have been under some pressure as investors fret over the competitive threat posed by Kalshi and Polymarket, which have seen volumes tied to sporting events boom. So we're going to keep a watch on that one. DraftKings up more than 1% and Flutter up about 4.4%. Flip it on over to the cruise lines, also getting a kick to the upside, and they were among your top gainers in the S&P 500. Norwegian up more than 6%, and you're looking at more than 5.5% gains on both Carnival and Royal. And this basically has to do with what's going on, at least some of the headlines out of the president when it comes to the war in the Middle East and in Iran. President Trump backing off those threats. So we did see the whole travel sector actually gaining in today's session. So some optimism coming back. And then one more name I just want to throw into it is Palantir. That went up almost 6.8% in today's session. Top in the NASDAQ 100 as its Maven artificial intelligence system will reportedly become an official program of record for the Pentagon. You might remember on Friday, our own Katrina Manson, she's got a new book out that's all about Project Maven that's been developed over the last decade or so. She reported on Friday how the Pentagon intends to accelerate AI-enabled decision-making and put it at the heart of its ambition to link up sensors and shooters for combat operations. That was according to a policy memo seen by Bloomberg. So she kind of front run.
Very cool book,
something
too.
like that. It is an incredible book about what the government's been working on.
Hey, how about some decliners not easy to find
It's called
today?
Project Maven.
Project Maven.
Katrina Manson, man.
She's
if you
amazing.
haven't talked to her, you should.
I haven't, but thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Let's start with Micron. Shares down 4.4% today, down for a 3rd day in a row after the company last week reported CapEx for the year that was higher than analysts wanted to see, down more than 13.5% since those highs just after reporting last week. Also want to talk about shares of Pfizer, kind of hovering lower by about 0.7% for much of the session. That's where it finished. This after the company said its experimental Lyme vaccine was only 73% effective against Lyme disease. It's a lackluster result, as fewer than expected infections in the pivotal study made its potency hard to evaluate. There's currently no human vaccine for Lyme disease on the market. Also, late in trading, we saw FICO, Fair Isaac Corp shares take a hit today. This after Politico reported that the company is being queried by Senator Josh Hawley for its mortgage credit scoring. Look at this, down 5.7%. Politico reported on a letter that Senator Hawley sent to FICO that said, quote, "These price increases are most damaging to the Americans who can least afford them." First-time homebuyers bear a disproportionate burden of the cost. Once again, FICO shares falling by 5.7%. And a late ad, big thank you to the control room for throwing this one up there. Estee Lauder Company's shares late in the session down 7.7%.
This is amazing.
This is wild. The FT reported the company's nearing a deal to combine with Puig Brands. It's a Spanish beauty firm. The transaction could be announced as soon as Monday, according to the newspaper, cited people familiar with the matter. Estee Lauder shares down 7.7% today.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, too. I was also curious as to why it dropped so much here. Obviously, we don't have all the details, but you also saw some of the other peers in that space get dragged down, like Cody. Meanwhile, we talk about the moves in the yield space here, and it was one of the most volatile days that we've seen in quite some time for treasuries, if you can believe that. On a points basis, when you look at the two-year yield, we actually had the biggest one-day swing from peak to trough in two-year yields going all the way back to August 1st of last year. Down 11 points at one point, up 11 points at one point, closing out the day down by about 5 basis points here. Similar moves across the board here with your 10-year down about 3 basis points and your 30-year yield down about 2.
All right, guys, it feels like in some ways, despite our focus on traditional markets, if you will, public markets, we are talking a lot about the prediction markets. And there was an interesting story that caught our attention. This has to do with Polymarket updating its rules to clarify that certain kinds of trades are prohibited, including acting on stolen confidential information or wagering using illegal tips. You feel like, yeah, of course it should be this way, but nonetheless, they got to come out and say it, Tim.
Look, these prediction markets are trying to figure out how to make their platforms not just appeal to more people, but also less so the target from and of regulators and lawmakers. Axios also reporting this afternoon that Kalshi plans to block athletes, coaches, and officials from betting on their sports and block political candidates from trading on their campaigns. I expect we're going to hear more and more from these companies as they try to tamp down on.
But how do they do this? I mean, because there's been so much speculation, and particularly when it comes to some of these prop bets and sports and the idea of who is really behind some of those bets here. I mean, let's face it, some of those athletes are also, actually, ambassadors for these brands as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, you can ban athletes, you can ban politicians as well. But you think about some of the insider activity that's been alleged when it comes to some of these platforms. I mean, it also extends to geopolitics and war as well. So it feels like when you're in these sort of situations, it's sort of whack-a-mole. You're not going to be able to sort of police everything, but at least the companies, coming up and making some sort of stand here. The enforcement's still a question.
All right. Well, it's certainly an important topic already this year, and maybe tomorrow we can talk about Romain's luxury ride and how he gets to work. So it's kind of a deep tease, perhaps.
I'm his driver.
Are you? On the back you signed an NDA then, that means.
It's actually where we discuss the whole show, and he kind of reads me in.
Tim, you said too much. Whatever happens in the Maybach stays in the Maybach.
I thought it was on the back of his bicycle. That's how he gets to work. All right, guys, that is a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We do call it the closing bell. Katie and Romain continuing there on the close on Bloomberg TV. Tim and I back here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, right here on Bloomberg Radio. We will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This Week Daily. That is Carol Nasser. I am Tim Stenovec. Taking a look at how markets closed out the day today. Look at that. Up 1.4% on the Dow to the tune of 630 points. The S&P 500 up 1.2%, so off its best levels. The NASDAQ up 1.4%.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say that we bounced around a little bit. We were pretty much green on the screen throughout the day. We've definitely finished off, as you said, our best levels of the session. Having said that, in the last few minutes of trading, we did see kind of trading take a leg down, even though it was still very much a risk on trade. But we did have a headline just before the market closed, the IDF detecting a launch of missiles from Iran, working to intercept. So the back and forth seems to be continuing.
Okay, so
just as the market closed.
Still activity between parties, we could say.
It's just a reminder. I feel like even our conversation that we had with our reporter out of Washington that said that even maybe if it's not attacks on the energy facilities, it doesn't necessarily mean maybe everything from the U.S. has stopped. But
yeah, Michelle Jim-Risco joining us at the top of our show. Yeah.
So it's a little sketchy, which is what we've been trying to figure out throughout the day. Having said that, one of the things that we've been watching in a big way is gold. It was one of the big trades of last year. We were just talking a little bit about a lot of retail buying, certainly in the last few months of 2025, but it made it run up so dramatically.
Yeah,
that was last year.
It's actually getting close to a bear market, down 20% from all-time highs. That's how a bear market is
That's this year.
That's this year. That's just since the end of January. It's down about 19% from those all-time highs. It may sound weird for an asset that's considered a so-called safe haven in a time when investors seem to be flocking to safety. I want to bring in Ed Harrison. He's Bloomberg News senior editor. He's the author of the Everything Risk newsletter. He joins us from the Washington, D.C. area. Ed, you write that gold is a, quote, canary in the coal mine. Why is that?
Yeah, hey, Tim, I'm thinking of it as a canary in the coal mine because of exactly what you and Carol were talking about, that, you had a lot of retail investors getting into silver, getting into gold. There was this whole Sell America dollar debasement trade, and that really bid these precious metals up ahead of the Iranian conflict. And as a result of that, you can consider them winners. And as people started to get nervous about what's going on in Iran, they started to sell those winners in order to protect the rest of their portfolios. So to the degree that we're getting to a point where we're hitting stops for people where they're just like, that's it, I'm going to have to sell more. You can look at this as sort of a canary in the coal mine of what's to come to other assets that have been protected.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting predicament. I got to say, Ed, sometimes there are days where we're like trying to understand the trade because it just doesn't, kind of act normally. And it is, even though we've seen some pressure on equities, it's not like the equity market has come undone.
No, and it shows you that people really are still fairly positive about the long-term outlook for the U.S. economy, for U.S. stocks, and to be honest, also for bonds as well, because the data that we've seen today isn't definitive. There's, Iran is saying that there are no talks. President Trump is saying there are talks, yet the markets are rallying on that information as if definitely this is a positive development. But really, the reality is we don't know. The markets are looking for any excuse to rally, and then only when we get a very bad news are we going to see people starting to sell. And I think that on Friday and Monday, that's today, we've hit a point where people, it's a more generalized selling, which is one of the reasons that I'm considering gold as a canary in the coal mine, the kind of, just outright selling that you've seen there coming to the rest of the market.
We're so glad you went there because it's something that I know, Tim, you've asked a lot of questions trying to understand if gold is seen as a safe haven, why weren't investors moving
the rates
into it?
Part of the conversation too that we talked with Eric Weiner about last week.
Right. And I do wonder, I guess part of what we were trying to figure out was it just so overdone that there was really no room to move to the upside, even in a market of volatility. But it sounds like what you're saying is that it could be an indication that there's more problems ahead for the broader market.
Yeah, and we know in 2008, even though that was a deflationary bust, gold actually did relatively well during that crisis. It did well in the 2023 crisis with the regional banks, which also could mean that gold can work in deflationary environments. So it's not just an inflation hedge. It is someplace that people go for a refuge. But the fact that it's not doing well at this particular point kind of gives you a sense of where we are in the trajectory, given the run-up that we've had before. We're in this phase where people are just selling the winners. If you looked at all of the different asset classes going from top to bottom in the 6 months before the crisis happened, silver, gold, the S&P 500, or actually the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, and then Bitcoin, it's exactly the reverse in terms of, who the winners and losers are. So people are selling the winners now, and Bitcoin actually has done relatively well after getting absolutely
Why is
crushed
that?
in 6 months ahead of time.
Why do you think that is?
I think that, it just goes to the fact that Bitcoin had reached the bottom, that, just from a pure technical perspective, people, it had washed out. So it's not in the same position where people could take profits and feel good about that and protect their portfolio. They already had seen a lot of losses in that asset.
So going back then to the equity play, having said that, since stocks haven't been as beaten up, we should be, or perhaps investors might want to be a little bit wary?
Yeah, and I think in particular, I would look at rates as sort of the next leg down before equities in a certain way, because none of the rates action has really been that logical. When you look at what happened on Friday, as an example, we saw rate cut bets getting reversed entirely. It was to the point where we were starting to price in hikes as soon as April.
Yeah.
And when you looked at break evens, which showed inflation expectations, none of them were going up. So the Fed had just told us on Wednesday that they were not going to cut. They were not going to raise rates unless inflation expectations got out of whack. And yet here we were with these expectations in line and people pricing in hikes. So it was a very, panicky trade. And I think that's indicative of we hit the point on the rates trade on Friday and on early Monday where the panic set in and people were starting to just sell. So that generalized selling moved from things like winners like gold, moved into rates, and equities will feel the pain at some point as well.
So Ed, what happens if the end of this war does not come as swiftly as the president has tried to communicate, at least today?
Yeah, I mean, that's the real question. I mean, one possible, just to throw another bomb in here, no pun intended, it could be that the president is just buying time for the markets for him to weigh his options for the end of the week, and that he takes some sort of decisive action at the end of the week. That really we just need to get through this week, and then, as always, at the weekend, we'll see what actually happens. I think that's also a possibility. Some people are talking about that as a possibility. For instance, we know that Marines are going to the Middle East, and they should arrive as soon as Friday. So there are lots of different outcomes that could happen in terms of it could be peace, it could be some military operation. But if we don't get a resolution one way or the other, then I think that we're going to see everything that we saw on Friday and early today revive itself, and equities will not be spared.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Just got like 30 seconds. I'm thinking JP Morgan reports on April 14th. We start to get into an earnings season, but it sounds like if the war continues, in just 25 seconds, Ed, we would continue to trade on the war trade versus the fundamental trade real quickly.
Yeah, I think that if the war continues, first and foremost, people will start thinking about oil prices. And secondly, they'll think about rates, and then that will hit equities as a result of that.
Great stuff. Smart. Tying it all together, as you always do. Ed Harrison, Bloomberg News senior editor, author of the Everything Risk newsletter, a must-read. Find it on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. Coming up next, speaking of everything, we're going to talk everything Elon with our own Max Chapkin of Bloomberg Business Week. There's a lot of stories there.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Quick reminder of how we wrapped up on this Monday. Looked very different before the market opened, but we did finish actually with some gains here off our best and worst levels of the session. So what does that mean? S&P 500, a gain of about 74 points, or up about 1.1%. We did see some selling into the close, but again, more of a risk-on trade. Dow was up about 631 points, good for a gain of 1.4%. NASDAQ 100, a gain of 290 points, up 1.2%. Again, quite a different market turnaround thanks to President Trump before the market opened on Truth Social, backing off of his ultimatum about going after Iranian energy targets, but that seemed to give a lift to the overall trade. But we still have a lot of questions about kind of where things are and what kind of negotiations are actually happening behind closed doors.
Well, I have an update to a story that I mentioned on the simulcast. Estee Lauder and Puig, told that's how to say it, Puig, okay, P-U-I-G, Puig.
Spanish company, right?
Spanish company. Estee Lauder has confirmed talks on a potential merger with Puig, confirmed by Estee Lauder. Shares fell today by more than 7%.
It's kind of massive. It's an iconic cosmetic brand. Many would say that it had to do something going forward. It's been under pressure a lot. It bought a lot of other brands going beyond its namesake brand, but just kind of wild. So again, this is from the FT, and that, as Tim said, stock was down about 9% on the news.
All right.
Should we?
Let's talk Elon.
Yeah. Maybe he's buying. No, I'm just kidding. He's doing everything else, though.
Well, Carol, you made this point on the call earlier today, Carol, that it seems like Elon's been a little quiet lately.
We've missed Elon.
Did you? But you just have to log into X, and then if you miss him, just log into X and look at what he's been posting.
He's been busy.
He has been busy. He said his TerraFab project is a grand plan to eventually manufacture his own chips for robotics, AI, and space data centers will be built in Austin and jointly run by Tesla and SpaceX. Also breaking late Friday, a jury concluded that Musk defrauded investors when he disparaged the company back in 2022 in an effort to buy the social media platform for a lower price than his original $44 billion bid.
All right, so let's get to it. Max Chafkin's in the house, someone who knows all things Elon. He's Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter, co-host of the Everybody's Business podcast, also author of The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. He's here in studio. It's like we go from nonstop Elon to not, and yet there are some things going on.
Yeah, I mean, but this is potentially a gigantic mega merger between SpaceX and X, a massive IPO, and this TerraFab deal that Tim is referencing. You know, it brings SpaceX and Tesla closer as well.
So explain that. Go there.
So what we heard over the weekend, Elon Musk had a big event in Austin. He loves to have these kind of nighttime party type launches, and it's often very speculative, I'll say. So the latest one of these is they're going to build a massive fab that's a chip factory in Austin for chips that he is going to send. SpaceX is going to send into data centers in space. So that would be a Tesla project with SpaceX managing the data centers, bringing these companies much closer together than they even are, even though they do share, obviously, a CEO.
Okay.
So
makes sense, kind of.
Which part makes sense?
I don't know. Are we trying to convince ourselves that it's making
They
sense?
showed a rendering of a catapult lifting satellites from the moon into space. So it is very science fiction.
I will say on Bloomberg Tech earlier today, Ed and Caroline spoke to Karen Franschke, the head of global private equity investments at Fidelity. It's an investor in SpaceX. She said, conceptually, it makes a ton of sense in the longer term to be thinking about data centers in space. The question, of course, becomes, is it economical? And frankly, what we've been watching for investors is Starship. So we'll break down. I want to talk about data centers in space first, because I think a year ago, if you would have said that, you would have been laughed out of anywhere. But now more and more people are talking about this and the feasibility here. Still, I think people are like, wait a second, how does this work?
Yeah, I mean, there is an extent to which people are talking about this in part because Elon Musk a few months back started saying, hey, I think this is a thing I'm going to do. And a lot of people who pay attention to AI follow what Elon Musk says. The thought process here is AI is growing very quickly. Lots of companies need data centers very quickly. You're also starting to see local opposition to data centers. See, politically, this went from being kind of like a clear-cut jobs issue, I think, to an issue that now has some nuance, where you're starting to see even Republican politicians, even President Trump in certain ways, saying we need to build these things, but we can't have them driving up the electricity price and so on. So Elon Musk's pitch here is, hey, I've got the perfect location for your data center. It's outer space where the sun is always shining, and of course he, as the owner,
I will bring your data center to space for you.
Plenty
on my
of
rocket.
room and space, and of course Elon Musk has a sort of pseudo monopoly in the launch business. Now his rockets, the rockets that launch every day, these the Falcon 9 rockets, do not carry, would not be big enough for this plan, and that's where Starship, this in development rocket that he is trying to build, would come in. I would say that the development of Starship has been uneven. They have yet to sort of hit the milestones that they're talking about. They are a long way from achieving this project.
We laugh, but it is Elon, and he does do things that nobody could have imagined.
But I still think,
so,
aren't there latency issues still with satellite communication and how quickly you can get that data?
Well, I'm not an expert in the physics of data centers. But what I will say is,
Starlink is amazing.
Fair
we
question.
know that.
Yeah, it works well.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're looking for challenges here, I don't think the latency issue is the big one.
Okay.
The big one is that Elon Musk is proposing to become the world's largest manufacturer of semiconductor chips by a factor of, I don't know, like 10 or 20 or something. He's proposing to build the largest semiconductor plant in the world, in the history of the world, bigger than all the factories put together, and he has never made a single one of these chips. So this is a company with zero experience. Like there's a lot of things that would have to happen for this to become real. And yet, Elon Musk is kind of a master at pointing way off in the future, trying to find big opportunities that, of course, where there's maybe a political constituency, again, talking about the challenges of data centers and the fact that, yes, the AI industry is growing quickly, and also there are challenges at Tesla. This is a way for him to find growth categories at a time when the car business, the business that Tesla is actually in, has not been growing.
I don't know.
And they've sent Teslas to space, Carol.
All I can think of is
They have. There's a Roadster up there.
I know. Okay.
Or a Tesla.
It's working well, right? Like it's
just
flying
chilling.
around.
It's just chilling.
Just chilling.
Just orbiting. Yeah.
Can we go back to something that happened on Friday? And this, she's smiling. A jury saying basically Elon Musk defrauded Twitter investors when he disparaged the company back in 2022 in an effort to buy it for a lower price than the original $44 billion bid. Is that significant? Does it matter? The
reporting here from Bloomberg and others is that this may end up being worth as much as a couple of $1 billion. Like that the losses that some shareholders incurred who sold their Twitter shares early would be, again, in the hundreds of millions, even a couple $1 billion. Elon Musk, of course, is worth a lot more than that. And what I'll say is what is most kind of interesting here is this is the first one of these cases he's lost. He's constantly getting into trouble for things he says on Twitter, now X. And even a couple of these have gone to jury trials. And in general, jurors have sort of bought an argument that his lawyers have made, which is that Elon just says stuff. And he doesn't use Twitter like a normal CEO does. He just says what's on his mind. This one did not go that way. And I think in part of the reason it didn't go that way was because Elon was tweeting stuff out, and then he was also at the same time pursuing a campaign in court to try to get out of the Twitter acquisition. So I think that kind of complicated what he was trying to do. And in the end, like he tweeted something, which is that the deal was on hold, which was not true. The deal was not on hold because he had signed an agreement.
It's not the first time that he's been in a situation where he's said something about a deal potentially. I think back to the take private deal with Tesla many, many years ago. I mean, this was like, 2017 or something, around then. But I look at Rich Go on the Bloomberg terminal. He's worth $641 billion. a couple, like, does he pay, what, he pays a $2 billion fine? What are the implications of this? Like, what are the repercussions of this?
There was going to have to be a whole process where investors who were harmed, ask for damages and so on. So this is going to take some time. It's going to also be argued in court. Again, we're talking about potentially large amounts of money for a normal person, not necessarily large amounts of money for Elon. It's probably worth saying this whole argument over, Twitter was the Twitter and the bot problem, which this was at issue at this case. It ended up not mattering much. Elon bought the company. He has now merged it with SpaceX, and its valuation has soared well beyond the original purchase price. So I don't know. It's one of these things where I guess the people the investors who sold are going to get some relief, although they probably would have been better off holding onto their shares.
There's another story out there, too, that XAI, that's, of course, Elon Musk's company, sending engineers directly into the offices of prospective corporate clients in an attempt to claw business customers away from rivals OpenAI and Anthropic. Just normal business? Is there something unusual about this? Or, I don't know.
It reminds me a little bit of the playbook followed by Palantir. Palantir famously uses these quote-unquote, forward deployed engineers in lieu of salespeople to sort of help with customer integrations. That has been a big issue with Palantir skeptics. They sort of see this as tantamount to a sales force that is not being accounted for as a sales force. So yeah, I mean, perhaps it raises some questions about the unit economics of what X is doing. On the other hand, this is a very competitive world. Like there are a handful of these large language model companies. They are all competing for the same big companies. It's not totally surprising that XAI would do this. I think if you're taking sort of a skeptical point of view, you say, well, I guess the product isn't selling itself very well because you're having to send these very, very valuable engineers into the field to kind of do something resembling a sales pitch there.
Do we ever really know what data Elon Musk might have picked up from the government when he was head of Doge?
I think we're going to spend a long time sorting out exactly what happened there. And there are continued cases and legal complaints and so on. And I think one of the issues in sorting this out is that AI algorithms, these large language models, they're not black boxes, but they're pretty close to it. It's hard to know exactly what data can leak into them in various ways. So I think this is going to be a thing that, frankly, we spend a couple of years, maybe even longer, talking about. And I would not be surprised if, should Democrats retake the House or the Senate or both, that we may get some congressional hearings. We may have a political process.
Wow.
Come on, Max, just ask AI. You don't need to report on it. You can just ask the bots. What do you have?
If you tell the bot that you want it to answer a certain way, then it will. So
give me this kind of answer, right?
Can't tell if
around the world,
Max,
around Elon's world.
I can't tell if we should be excited or scared about our future.
I don't know. TBD. Perhaps. Let's ask ChatGPT. Hey, Max, thank you so much. Max Chafkin, Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter, co-host of Everybody's Business podcast. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Sources tell Bloomberg President Trump's decision to postpone the deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz was aimed in part at calming industry and financial markets and followed private warnings from U.S. allies that the war was spiraling into disaster. Gulf countries have urged Trump not to destroy Iranian infrastructure that would be crucial to keeping it from becoming a failed state after the conflict ends. We bring you closing numbers each day here at Bloomberg. WTI now closing in on $89 a barrel. Brent crude near $100 a barrel. S&P gained 74 points. NASDAQ up 299. The Dow jumped 631 points. Bitcoin about 4% higher, around $70,000. Chevron CEO Mike Wirth says the current market is uncertain, unpredictable, and volatile.
The market opened up, I guess, last night in Asia, with some anxiety that things in the Middle East looked like they were going to escalate. The president came out with a message saying, no, we're going to remove this deadline that he imposed or announced over the weekend, and the market traded off. The fundamentals are very tight out there.
Chevron CEO Mike Wirth spoke to a CERAWeek panel in Houston. Estee Lauder shares fell less than 8% in regular trading as the beauty giant is reportedly nearing a deal to combine with Spanish beauty group Puig to create a more than $40 billion company. Sources tell the Financial Times a deal could be announced as soon as today. Estee Lauder shares now up 1.4%. LaGuardia Airport has reopened after being closed for the better part of a day because of a collision between an Air Canada Express plane and a fire truck, which killed 2 pilots. The NTSB is investigating. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy appealed to Congress for more money to upgrade the air traffic control system. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivak.
Thanks so much for that update. We do appreciate it, Amy. There are so many stories about prediction markets.
I'm like blown away
now
today.
That it's I don't even know where to start. Maybe we'll start with this Axios story.
Yeah.
Call sheet to block athletes, politicians from trading, according to Axios. Axios' Nathan Bomey also writing that the company will preemptively prevent professional and collegiate sports participants from placing trades on their teams or leagues and prevent political candidates from trading on the markets associated with their campaign. So I can't run for something and then bet on that outcome.
Right, because
Okay.
I kind of might know when I might run or what I
Or if
might
you
do.
might drop out or something like that.
Exactly.
But you said this. Okay, I'm going to bring in Elliot Stein. He's Senior Financial Litigation Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. When I read that headline earlier, Elliot, Carol said, what about their families? What about their friends?
Yeah,
Like, how do you police something like this?
Yeah, well, I mean, Kalshi can police these things and has policed these things. Just last month, we saw them bring 2 insider trading cases, one against a politician who was trading contracts related to his campaign, right? And so that's like easily susceptible to manipulation, obviously.
Yeah.
And then they also brought not an enforcement action, but they banned and fined a user who traded contracts, and he was a producer for Mr. Beast, and so he had inside information, and that's sort of your traditional misappropriation theory of insider trading.
So two instances out of we have no idea how many, but those are certainly 2 prominent instances, but those are the ones that we keep going back to.
I mean, doesn't it become whack-a-mole?
A little bit, but no more so, I would say, than regular securities trading.
Seriously?
And I think so. You just have to enforce it, and I think that's where the critique is, that Kalshi has not really been enforcing it aggressively. The CFTC, by the way, also has the power to bring enforcement actions for insider trading. I think this move that Axios is reporting that Kalshi is taking is sort of a preemptive step by Kalshi to get ahead of this criticism that they're not taking appropriate aggressive steps to stop insider trading. And I think this will help alleviate that.
Is it enough?
Who knows? It's hard to say if it's enough. But, when they brought those 2 insider trading cases, they did say that they had scores, if not hundreds, of open investigations. But, it's unclear exactly.
Is it on them, though, to do that? Is that what regulators have said? The CFTC has essentially said, this is on you.
In the first instance, Kalshi and other designated contract markets like Polymarket, Crypto.com, they're SROs, they're self-regulatory organizations, just like the New York Stock Exchanges, just like NASDAQ and the securities business, and the SEC sort of delegates to them.
I was just going to say, you said the SEC. I was thinking
Right.
the SEC when I think of the equity markets.
Right, but in the first instance, the SROs have the responsibility to sort of police their own markets, as well as the regulators themselves, the SEC for the equity markets and the CFTC for the prediction markets, who technically, the prediction markets say they fall under the CFTC jurisdiction. The states obviously contest that.
I mean, I don't know, Elliot, is there an assumption that unless there's some kind of policing, that people aren't going to go on these sites, essentially, because if they become kind of the wild west, it just then it becomes silly.
Right. I think for these prediction markets to really gain traction, especially with institutional investors, which I think is where they want to go in order to really grow the business, you do have to have a tighter ship in terms of policing activity.
You know, there's this story today and I said there's so many stories that we can do on prediction markets, but DraftKings and FanDuel rose today. Carol mentioned this on the simulcast. The Wall Street Journal reported that U.S. senators are set to introduce bipartisan legislation to ban sports bets on prediction markets. By some measures, our Denitsa Sakova on a Bloomberg News team has said 60 to 80% of what happens on some of these sites or platforms is sports. Other estimates, Bloomberg Intelligence says up to 90% is sports. Is there a way that that Congress could actually come out and say you are not allowed to do sports predictions? That has to be left to the states?
Absolutely. They would have to amend the Commodity Exchange Act. And our policy analyst, Nathan Dean, thinks it's probably too late in this congressional term to actually get any traction with this bill. But he thinks it's sort of, the direction of travel in terms of where Congress is going. So maybe it's a 2027 story.
But that could easily happen.
I wouldn't say easily.
But I will say...
And here's why not easily.
Midterms, right?
It's not going to happen this year because of the midterms, most likely.
Okay.
B, you need to get 60 votes in the Senate, which is, nearly impossible these days. C, you need President Trump to sign it. And that could be difficult when his own sons are on the boards of these companies.
Yeah,
right.
And have I don't want to say on the board of both of them, has relationships with Polymarket and with Culture.
And yet we are living in interesting times where conflicts of interest seem to not necessarily prevent certain things from happening.
Right, exactly.
or the appearance of conflicts.
Or the appearance, thank you, yeah. But it's just a lot of questions. You track all the litigation. Are we increasingly seeing more and more cases coming up? Like, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm tracking... there are so many cases. At this point, I think I'm tracking probably over 30 lawsuits between the states and the prediction markets, Kalshi, Polymarket, Robinhood, Coinbase, Crypto.com. Just last week, we got the first criminal charges filed by Arizona. I don't think those are actually materially more risky for the companies than any of the civil cases have been. Just on Friday, Nevada won a temporary restraining order against Kalshi to stop it from offering sports, election, and entertainment type contracts.
Right.
Additional lawsuits are being brought.
We should note the backdrop of this is that Nevada is a very big gaming destination. Right. So it would be in the state's interest, some would argue, that if we prevent these prediction platforms from operating in the state, it's more revenue for our state.
Right, but you're not just seeing it in Nevada.
Correct.
You're seeing it in Ohio, Michigan, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Arizona.
And the states regulate the individual gambling platforms like a FanDuel, like a DraftKings. You can't even do that in every state.
That's right. That's exactly right. Utah is a good example where it's not allowed, and that's why they want to bring an action to stop the prediction markets, because they view it as gambling.
Elliot, we just got about 30 seconds. We've talked with you before. I mean, is it just a matter of time before something has to go to the Supreme Court on this?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And how simple? Like, what kind of a case goes before the Supreme Court on this? Just quickly.
Any of these cases could go because you're getting conflicting rulings, and it has to do with federal preemption of state law. So these are two things that make a case go to the Supreme Court. So any of them could wind up there and will.
Aren't we still dealing with marijuana stuff and figuring that one out?
All the vices at once.
I know. Elliot, thank you. Elliot Stein, he is Senior Financial Litigation Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. All right, when we come back, wrapping up the day, folks, and taking a look at stocks on the move. Stick around. Tim and I are back on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenovec. Just a reminder of how things closed out the day today. Off of session highs, but still up more than 1% on the S&P 500. We'll go ahead and round that up to 1.2%. The NASDAQ composite up 1.4%. The Dow Jones up the same. Still, Carol, over the last 5 days, you still have the S&P 500 down 1.8%. And if I bring up the year-to-date, we're still in the red by close to 4% for the S&P. And for the NASDAQ composite up, down 5.6% this year.
Yeah, we'll keep watching the markets. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovec. Let's actually get to some stocks on the move for that. We are back with Bloomberg News equities reporter Avalon Purnell. Avalon, good to have you back with us. We've missed you. Estee Lauder, all of a sudden, like late in the day, this definitely popped up on our radar.
Yes, Estee Lauder. They did slide about 7.7% into the close. That's after the beauty brand and Spanish beauty firm Puig Brands confirmed they were in talks to merge. The Financial Times actually reported earlier today that the beauty company could announce a deal to create a more than $40 billion company as early as today. And for those who are unfamiliar with the Spanish brand, they are the parent company behind brands like Charlotte Tilbury and Carolina Herrera.
Love Charlotte.
Oh, me too.
Right? What's not to love? Keep going. Who else do they do?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different things. Estee Lauder also has around 24 brands, including La Mer and The Ordinary. So investors are already kind of questioning how exactly would you bridge that gap since Estee Lauder is in the middle of a turnaround by itself. But we will see. The exact terms of the deal are not known just yet.
I am blown away because Estee Lauder was such an iconic brand for such a long time and really homegrown, they're homegrown brands. Their namesake brand, Estee Lauder, and then they had all the other, they had Origins, they had Clinique, they had, you name it. They had all these deep prescriptives and then perfume. My aunt used to work for the company, so I know it really well. But what's really fascinating, and then they went on a buying spree, buying all these other brands. And it was a model that was followed by other big cosmetic companies, but they've really struggled, especially with their namesake brand. So I am blown away by this, and it would be a real change. And does the Estee Lauder name go away? I don't understand.
How do you say Puig?
Puig. So it's Estee Lauder buying the other company. Porsche, do we decide?
No.
It's unclear.
What? What, Elizabeth? Puig?
Okay. Well, my apologies to
We're going to work on this.
all of my
Yes.
profesores in Spain.
We malo. That's all I'm going to say. No bueno. That's what I'm going to say.
I don't know the name of this company.
We're trying. All right, Estee Lauder, ticker EL, and as you said, it was down in the trade. Let's go to something that was an outperformer.
Yes, Norwegian Cruise, ticker NCLH, rose about 6.2% into the close today. That's after President Trump said he told U.S. forces to pause all strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for at least 5 days. Today, Brent crude futures also closed below $100 per barrel. So if you remember earlier this month, cruise stocks and airlines were taking a beating as people were really curious about what exactly are their fuel costs going to look like given this conflict. Right now, investors are cautiously optimistic, but we'll see what happens. As we know, this situation changes every day.
Yeah, I think the whole travel industry, to some extent, was like kind of getting optimistic, but TBD. I keep saying that a lot because I do feel like unless we know the timeline, right?
Yeah, a lot can happen.
How do you say that company?
I have no idea. I'm not even going to try. Porch.
Nice job.
You don't know that.
I think it's right. All right, so Norwegian, and I think all of the cruise lines were actually higher today, right?
Carnival, everybody, generally speaking, was
Airlines, too,
a little bit up.
had a good day as a result of these fuel.
Yeah.
But they've been getting beat up because of concerns around fuel prices.
Yeah, and it's again, like, do you look through the war and say, okay, it's going to end sooner rather than later? But we just don't know.
Yeah. Prediction markets, gambling stocks.
Of course.
Let's end there.
Yes, Flutter Entertainment, that's ticker FLUT.
Why is it called Flutter?
It's a good question.
Because I know the answer to this.
I love this.
In the UK, a bet is called a Flutter. It's a UK company. And it owns FanDuel.
Okay, take it away.
You are correct. It does own FanDuel, and it closed up 4.4% today. That's after the Wall Street Journal reported that U.S. senators are potentially seeking to introduce bipartisan legislation to ban sports betting on prediction markets like Kalshi and Polymarket. However, I will say Bloomberg Intelligence is cautioning that the reaction appears a little bit premature given the fact that there's a pretty low chance that this bill would pass, at least not this year. We'll see.
I just feel like things moving around like on headlines. Do you feel like you need another vacation after doing this with us? I'm thinking
Not yet, but I feel like it's probably going to be soon.
If she had another day with us, she'll be like, I'm out of here. I need 2 weeks this time. What?
I can't say the name of the Spanish cosmetics firm, but
Yes, you
I
can.
can tell you what a flutter is.
Well done, well done. Well done, well done. Avalon, good to have you back. We missed you. Avalon Purnell, of course, she is equities reporter at Bloomberg News with Stocks on the Move. Check out Stocks on the Move. They are 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market throughout the day. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
I want to just go back to one of the stories that Amy Morris mentioned a little earlier. This is on the Bloomberg terminal. It's a Bloomberg exclusive. It reveals details of the U.S.-Iran talks, reporting on how some of Washington's biggest allies told the president to back down from a threat to bomb Iran's power plants. That decision to back down from his threat to destroy the power infrastructure in Iran came after U.S. allies in Gulf countries privately warned the president of the dangers of following through with his threat. That's according to people familiar with the matter.
You do think about, could we be on the precipice of like just another step by the U.S. and do we take this war into another direction that means greater devastation and maybe a longer war, longer rather than shorter. So it is a great read. As you said, it's the most read story on the Bloomberg. All right, that's going to do it for us on this Monday. Reminder of where we wrapped up. In terms of the trade, S&P just up about 1.1%, up 74 points. NASDAQ 100, a gain of about 1.25% off our highs and lows of the session, Tim.
Amy Morris sent me a pronunciation, so I'm going to study it and I'll get back to you tomorrow.
Chicken. All right.
I have to listen to it.
That's going to do it for Tim and me. Balance of Power starts now.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
Tonight, talk about talks. President Trump says the U.S. is negotiating with Iran, postponing strikes on energy targets in the region. But Iran's parliamentary leader decries fake news, denying talks are happening and accusing the president of market manipulation. The back and forth clouding the outlook for any potential de-escalation.
Plus, ICE as a stopgap. With no end to the partial shutdown in sight, the White House deploys ICE agents to more than a dozen airports as TSA staffing shortages drive longer wait times nationwide. At some airports, lines now exceed 4 hours.
And stay a while. President Trump urging Republican lawmakers to link DHS funding to voter ID legislation and work through the Easter holiday if needed.
Don't worry about Easter going home. In fact, make this one for Jesus, okay? Make this one for Jesus. That's what I tell him.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune calling the plan not realistic. We'll discuss the state of negotiations with Republican Senator Mike Rounds later this hour.
But we begin tonight with the conflicting messages from the U.S. and Iran over negotiations to end the war. Iran saying no such talks are happening. President Trump saying the opposite.
Iran, we've been negotiating for a long time, and this time they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope. Now Iran has one more opportunity to end its threats to America and our allies, and we hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer.
Joining us now for more is Bloomberg's Nancy Cook. So, Nancy, the Speaker of Iran's parliament says no negotiations are taking place. He calls it fake news intended to manipulate financial and oil markets. To what extent is it market pressures that are driving this kind of narrative shift from President Trump?
I think there's huge market pressures, and I have some new reporting that is either on the wire or about to hit the wire, just about how concerned the Trump White House is about gas prices. They are hearing from energy executives, policy people, donors saying, you need to get the markets and gas prices under control. This is, becoming a huge issue day by day. I filled up my tank of gas yesterday. It was $67, which was a big surprise. But it's roiling markets, and they are very aware of what how it's a geopolitical problem, but also becoming a major political problem for them.
National average today hit $3.95, and that's not going to go away, even if there is a deal in the works here, Nancy. Based on what we're hearing from both sides, though, there was a lot of confusion in the market today. We had a monster rally after the president made those initial remarks. Then we lost a lot of those gains, and oil losses were trimmed as well, because the market doesn't exactly know who to believe in this case. Does the president need to provide more evidence of formal talks being underway?
Probably, and it's very tricky because the president says different things based on the hour. I mean, we've heard from him several times today over Truth Social. We heard from him in Memphis in an appearance. We heard from him as he was traveling. And the message can shift, hour by hour. And so I think that what you have to look at is what our allies are hearing and also what is actually happening. The U.S. is still sending troops to the Middle East. Yeah. That is a concrete fact. So the war is still happening, and we don't really know what the strategy is to end it. And Trump sort of keeps posting on Truth Social and changing what he's doing. I think they're very concerned about the economic ramifications and really just trying to damp them down at this point.
So you say, Nancy, that the message is shifting hour by hour. We know the president's messaging often shifts depending on, frankly, who he talked to last. Who are the voices in his ear influencing his decision-making right now?
Well, I had a story that ran over the weekend about how there's a lot of outside allies who have had a really key role in nudging Trump towards Iran. So Rupert Murdoch, for instance, met with Trump and talked with him about, pushing him to attack Iran. He's heard from, Bibi Netanyahu. He's heard from conservative commentators. They've really been the ones, these outside voices, pushing Trump towards this conflict, whereas his own aides in the White House and even cabinet members were much more muted in their response. And so I think that's been an interesting tension. In the second term, it's much different than the first term. The second term, he is surrounded at the White House much more by people who are paving the way for him to do things rather than people who are having a lot of disagreement over policy. And there also just isn't much of a policy process where they're sort of walking through, okay, well, if you go to war with Iran, here's what could happen to the financial markets. Here's what could happen to the price of gas. Here's what could happen with oil. I don't think that there was a lot of that walking through the options before they led to this decision.
Nancy Cook with fresh reporting for us this evening. Nancy, thank you. It's great to have you back at the table. There were massive market repercussions from the rhetoric on both sides today, punctuated by an early rally in stocks, as we mentioned, and deep declines in oil prices that eased on pushback from Iran. Brent crude, which fell into the mid-90s this morning, finished just above $100 a barrel, down 11% in the regular session. For more on stocks, on energy, on bonds, we turn to Power Moves with Bloomberg's Romaine Bostic, who joins us live from New York. This was a crazy market to follow today, Romaine.
Yeah, another volatile day, and we talk about the moves that we saw in the energy markets, largely on what started off, of course, as those Truth Social posts by the President of the United States, and folks really wanting to believe here that there is some potential for a détente in the situation in the Middle East, but more importantly, and this is the thing we've really been hitting on here, Joe, the idea that this is a market that wants to see the Strait of Hormuz open and meaningful flows of energy products in and out of the Persian Gulf. We heard a little bit earlier today from the UAE's national oil company, the CEO speaking at CERAWeek. He actually beamed in from Houston, could not make it because of the war, but he made it clear that that is what the market has their focus on. And most of the other speakers that we heard at that CERAWeek event, oil and gas executives, they all talked about this. This is less about the missiles flying overhead into the Arab states or into Israel. It's really about the Strait of Hormuz. And if indeed any country can deliver on a reopening of that, you would certainly see a market maybe start to move to the upside for equities, of course, to the downside for oil. And I do just want to touch for a second, Joe, in what we saw in equities, because it was a phenomenal rally that we had on our hands today. This is a market that is now priced in a light at the end of the tunnel, and that is going to be the main narrative over the next few days as to whether there is any sort of potential re-escalation by the U.S. and Israel into what's going on over there, or whether indeed there are some sort of back-channel talks going on, talks that maybe could potentially come to the forefront.
Well, and of course, it's those geopolitical questions that really seem to be driving a lot of the macro narrative. Romaine, certainly was the case today, but there's some micro stories out there to follow too, including some Estee Lauder news that broke just before the bell. What's that about?
Yeah, I mean, so Puig is a big Spanish firm, and they own a ton of your favorite fragrance brands here. And we got, first there was a report out by the FT saying that they were going to buy Estee Lauder. Estee Lauder did come out and confirm the report saying that there were formal discussions between the two companies. It did not provide any other details about what the terms of that would be, how far along those discussions are, but it actually really did rock the sort of, let's call it the luxury space here. You saw a lot of other beauty brands like Coty and a few others actually fall in the session before actually rebounding as we got closer to the bells here. But right now, a lot of speculation about consolidation in that space with Estee Lauder, at least for right now, being the primary target of that. It'll be interesting to see whether this actually follows through and whether there is some sort of completion or announcement of a formal deal.
All right, Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick in New York. Thank you. Now back here in Washington, Congress remains at an impasse over ending the shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security after reports President Trump turned down a potential compromise over the weekend that would have funded the entire department except for ICE, telling Republicans to continue to fight for full funding and for passage of the Save America Act first. This as the president deploys ICE agents to at least 13 airports nationwide today to help with massive lines as TSA absences soar due to missed paychecks during the shutdown. For more on that, we're joined now live from Capitol Hill by Bloomberg's Eric Wasson. So, Eric, when it comes to the DHS funding Save America Act situation here, I understand the majority leader, John Thune, is pushing back against the president.
That's right. He called it unrealistic in conversation with reporters earlier. There's really no sense that the Save America Act can pass the Senate. In order to have it pass, you would have to somehow eliminate or restrict this filibuster because Democrats are united against it. They would need 60 votes to pass under filibuster rules. And there's no appetite among most Republicans to get rid of the filibuster, something that they've stood by, including John Thune. So, he called it unrealistic. It's really not something that he's trying to pursue, although at this point the president is demanding that, and it's kind of sabotaged the talks. Basically, Democrats have said they've been willing to fund TSA, to pay CBP and others if they get some kind of at least de minimis reforms. Republicans are now open to funding part of the agency, partially because ICE got a huge slush fund in last year's Trump tax bill, so they have lots of money that they could operate on. So, for all intents and purposes, they would be funded even if they weren't technically funded by this bill. But the president's rejecting that right now, making this demand. So we're kind of at a standstill. The Senate is looking to get on a recess, an Easter recess at the end of the week. A lot of members want to go home and campaign for re-election, so that's creating some kind of deadline pressure. But I still think the DHS shutdown and the long TSA lines are going to be here to stay for a while. ICE agents are in the airports, but they're not conducting the screenings. I don't really see that lessening the long lines in the foreseeable future.
Well, it's not just the department that's shut down. There's a new head of the agency on the way in. It appears, Eric, Markwayne Mullin, the senator from Oklahoma, is going to get a vote soon to be secretary. What can you tell us about this confirmation vote?
It's going to pass for sure. We had two Democrats, Fetterman and Martin Heinrich, voting to advance the nomination. I expect those two will continue to vote. It's about 54 votes. That's all. It's more than enough to pass it. Then they'll have Mullin on the other side of the negotiating table, negotiating on behalf of DHS. Now, he's been more open to some of the demands from Democrats, especially increased training, limits on use of force. The real nut and problem for these talks, according to sources I've talked to, is judicial warrants requiring those to enter people's homes, enter workplaces, and the idea of masks. The agents really want to have these masks. They're afraid of being doxxed or harassed by protesters. So those are the toughest demands, and solving that would be probably key to resolving this standoff.
What time, just quickly, Eric, do we expect that vote tonight?
Well, I haven't been on my email the last 2 seconds, but, it was 7:45 was the time we were given earlier.
Couple hours from now. Got it. Bloomberg's Eric Wasson. We do appreciate it as always, Eric. Thank you. Coming up, we'll turn our attention back to the Middle East and the reported splintering between the U.S. and Israel when it comes to the goals in Iran. We'll talk that out with Daniel Kurtzer, the former U.S. ambassador to Israel. He's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet.
Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons. And that was President Trump earlier today on negotiations with Iran. No word yet from the White House if that call was held or with whom, as Iran says no talks are taking place, with the Speaker of the country's parliament calling Trump's comments fake news intended to manipulate financial and oil markets. Joining us now with her insight is Becca Wasser, defense lead for Bloomberg Economics. So, Becca, obviously the president is saying that there is a diplomatic push underway here. At the same time, though, U.S. Central Command out on X saying U.S. forces continue to aggressively strike Iranian military targets with precision munitions. Nothing is slowing down, even if energy infrastructure is being spared for now.
Nothing has really been stopped other than that one threatened attack. We see continued strikes from the U.S., Israel, but also Iran, with all of this continuing to take place. So it is, in many respects, steady state, the way that it has been for the majority of this conflict.
With more incoming, Becca, can you remind us, the Marines are steaming their way from San Diego, and they're not alone. What will manpower look like? What will the potential for boots on the ground look like by the end of this week?
So by the end of this week, you will have one of the Marine expeditionary units actually there. And then there's another one that's going to be departing from the continental United States and possibly going through the Indo-Pacific in order to get to the Middle East. But at the end of the week, you're going to have additional Marines. You're going to have some additional firepower. And, you know, it does expand the menu of options for President Trump after that 5-day, interregnum period, if you will, if he decides that he wants to do something, because Iran has not played ball. And so I think at the end of the day, we have to see this as a continued threat for the use of force.
Well, and not playing ball specifically on opening the Strait of Hormuz. CBS, Becca, reported today that there's been about a dozen mines laid in the strait. This has been a live conversation for a while. The president continually contended we haven't seen reports that mines have been laid. We've been taking out mining ships. But how would that change things if indeed these things are in the water?
It would certainly change things, particularly if a ship were to run aground over them and there to be some type of, either damage or even more significant than that. So that would be truly a sea change in the strait. It also would mean that the U.S. would need to consider mine-sweeping operations prior to any potential escort mission, prior to having, say, Marines performing some type of interdiction operations in the strait as well. So all of that would actually require the U.S. to be thinking twice about what it's doing, and frankly, for commercial ships who, for the ones who have managed to get through the strait, there's been reports that they have been guided by Iran to get around any potential mines already there.
Fascinating, Becca, as always. Becca Wasser runs defense coverage at Bloomberg Economics. We thank you for your analysis, and we want to add the voice now of Daniel Kurtzer, the former U.S. ambassador to Israel in the George W. Bush administration. Mr. Ambassador, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. We appreciate your insights this evening, with so much time spent recently talking about the potential for competing objectives between the U.S. and Israel when it comes to Iran. What are you hearing from Israel today when it comes to this notion of a potential breakthrough in the next 5 days? The president, when asked by reporters, said he believes this is something that Israel would be very pleased with. Do you agree?
Well, it's hard to tell with all the noise that we're hearing from both sides. The Israelis have made quite clear, Prime Minister and especially the Defense Minister, that they want more damage done to Iranian military infrastructure and its manufacturing capabilities. They may believe, if the president calls this off in the next few days, that the job has not been completed. But I think it's also important, as you were just discussing with Becca Wasser, that we keep our eye on two metrics, which are important not only for us, but will also be important for the Israelis. The one is, of course, the Strait of Hormuz and the impact on international oil shipments and commerce. But also, you remember last week, the president talked about that uranium, enriched uranium, that has gone unaccounted for. And if this war ends without the president being able to say that there will be a process for removing that enriched uranium from Iran, then the whole idea of denuclearizing Iran will have gone by the wayside. So I think there's still a lot of discussions left, not only between the U.S. and Iran, but between the U.S. and Israel as well.
Well, Ambassador, the president did, when speaking with reporters earlier today, suggest that those preliminary negotiations with Iran, he said happened over the weekend, did include Iran agreeing to no longer pursue a nuclear program and the forfeiture of that existing uranium in Iran, which brings us to the question, even if there is a deal to be had here, how hard is it going to be to guarantee those things? How long could that actually take?
Well, on the one hand, when we had the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action back in 2015, until we withdrew from it, the intrusive inspections really had a close watch over the Iranian program, and we were able to see pretty much transparently what was going on. At that time, the JCPOA, in fact, had committed Iran never to build a nuclear weapon. So that part of it, I think, is not really subject to debate. The other issue, though, of the disposition of the uranium that has been enriched either to 60%, which is close to what's needed to fabricate a weapon, or 20%, I think is going to take a much longer time to work out. How do you get it out? It's probably buried underneath the rubble in Natanz and Fordo. And so it's going to take quite some time, and that's going to require a lot of activity on the ground. So this is not going to be a quick ending to this war or the process of concluding an agreement.
Ambassador, of course, you've been at the negotiating table with Iran, with Israel, in your time representing the United States. And I'm just wondering how we should think about these negotiations that are underway, exactly who we are talking to. There are reports that it is, in fact, the Speaker of Iran's parliament has been identified as a potential future leader. We understand that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are speaking on behalf of the United States. Are these going through back channels? Will there need to be a formal process for allies to understand what's going on?
Well, Witkoff and Kushner probably will be continuing on as the president's envoys. I hope in this round of negotiations they bring expertise, because there's going to be a real need to understand the dynamics of what's left behind, both on the nuclear side and in the other issues. The Iranian side, I'm a little bit skeptical that the spokesperson is the Speaker of the Parliament. I'd be much more comfortable if, in fact, the Foreign Minister, Araghchi, who had been their negotiator previously, was speaking for Iran. In terms of intermediaries, I'm pretty sure that both Egypt and Qatar are acting in that manner. There's probably no direct talks. At some point, there has to be a direct engagement for the two sides to look each other in the eyes. But I don't think we're there yet. I think Egypt and Qatar are playing the role that they had played previously in carrying messages back and forth, which has the benefit of continuing the dialogue. But, you know, it's like a little game of telephone. Are you sure that your intermediaries are conveying the messages accurately the way they've heard it?
Well, and when we consider the reception of messages, it's not just about those negotiating, it's also the way in which messaging around this war is being received for the domestic audience, both for President Trump as he contends with higher gas prices here in the U.S., but I would imagine the same for Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. How should we consider what domestic political pressures he is facing and the way he'll move forward through either a diplomatic off-ramp or a continuation of the military combat operations?
I think Netanyahu's situation is much simpler than it is for President Trump. The degree of support for this war in Israel among Israeli Jews tops 90%, and that's unlikely to diminish. And therefore, the Prime Minister is in a very good position to determine the narrative of so-called victory. He may be unhappy privately. He may convey that to the president privately. But I think when push comes to shove, he'll be able to make the argument to the Israeli people that Iran, at least for the foreseeable future, no longer represents an existential threat. It's a much different argument for our president, given the degree to which all of us are confused about what our objective is, what our end game is, what the off-ramp is, and how it's going to affect us in the grocery store and at the gas pump.
Mr. Ambassador, we saw your op-ed that you co-wrote with Aaron David Miller in the New York Times titled, "Don't Pin Your Hopes on a New Middle East." You write, history has not been kind to the transformation peddlers in the Middle East, and I wonder in our remaining moment if you think we are avoiding mistakes or repeating them.
Well, unfortunately, every administration has been unwilling to learn lessons from the past and has been repeating mistakes. This is a region in which there are very severe endemic problems that seem impervious to change, whether it's authoritarianism and corruption, crony capitalism, the inequality of wealth. And that's really the underpinning of what has become a very violent region. We've watched the Gaza war, the war in Lebanon, and now the Iran war, but there are wars all over the place in Sudan and elsewhere. And we need an outcome here which not only resolves the Iran issue or the Lebanon issue, but which involves a multilateral effort to get at some of these underlying social, political, and economic problems. And I've seen no evidence that that's on the agenda. I'm only hoping that our policy planners are thinking in that direction.
All right, Ambassador, thank you for joining us. Daniel Kurtzer, former U.S. Ambassador to Israel in the George W. Bush administration, now professor of Middle East policy studies at Princeton University. Thank you so much. President Trump is walking off of Air Force One right now, having returned from Tennessee. If he brings or makes any remarks, we'll bring them to you here on Bloomberg TV and radio.